No. Hi, everybody. Okay.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going, Diane? Yep, it's 5:00. We're live. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, June 14th, and present with us today are call Joe by Joe. We have Diane Coombs on Zoom, Val Oliver, Stephen Welch, Carrie Thornwell, and myself. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. So for the few of you in the room, if you want to record any portion of today's meeting, let us know in advance. Thank you. That's it. Can I have a motion to
Motion.
Thank
to
you,
approve.
Diane. Thank you for that motion. That was to approve today's agenda. So on that motion, Val.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
And Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Very good. And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay. Any commissioner comments at this time?
You really don't want to know them.
Okay.
I have nothing.
I can sense them coming in. Public comment. Any public comment? Okay. Hearing none. Oh, are we supposed to discuss the schedule? Is that, it's on here. Well, let me just say, and I don't even, do we vote on that?
I think we vote to adopt it, yeah.
We do.
But
Okay.
adopt it for what reason? Because we don't adhere to it.
Oh, we do almost.
Just because
It just gives us a sense
needs
of
to be
structure
done. I mean, does anybody see any glaring
that we can disregard.
problems with it?
No.
All right, why don't we just vote to,
Well, Mr. Chairman, there's
Yeah.
clearly too many days on this schedule that we're meeting.
all right, well, yeah, I agree with you on that one. Hopefully we'll get through some
Oh,
of this.
this is, would be apropos a comment that I made earlier coming in the door. I would ask that we start to consider maybe, I personally would prefer having my workday a little interrupted by coming at 4 or 4:30 and leaving, but being able to leave at 8:30.
Yeah.
So I just wonder if we, not suggesting we make that change now, but just think.
You mean
about
for
it.
the Tuesday?
The Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thursday, I don't think we could get away with that, nor would I want
I'd
to
like
be.
to
Nor would we
eradicate
want to.
Thursday altogether,
Oh,
but
Yeah.
let's give that a try.
So anyways, just
yeah,
a
okay.
thought.
Did we try that at one point?
Well, we used to meet
we
at
used to
4:30
meet at 4:30.
and then just get out at 8:30.
Olden days we met at 4:30.
Yeah.
And got out earlier.
Yeah.
Often go until.
Oh.
Well, no, because
Not
it was,
necessarily.
we were at the school and we were there some nights until 11 o'clock, if you want to know.
Yeah,
Right.
I do remember those halcyon days. Well, okay, so let's give that some consideration.
I remember them well.
I'd like to hear from anyone on that. But
I
can we
don't
just
think we
approve?
need, I don't think we should cut the time down.
No. Should we approve this schedule?
So moved.
All right. Stevens moved to approve the schedule for July and August. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Okay. We have a few consents. Val, you need to stay off.
Okay.
I think we're good. We're good otherwise. Okay, can somebody move that?
Move to approve consent.
I'll move, we accept consent.
All right. Thanks, Diane. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
Diane? Thank you. And I'm in favor too. All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah,
aye.
you can't.
Right.
So you're off that.
I'm
All
not
right.
an
So,
aye.
but that does go. You can't be on the next one either. All right. So how about consent with conditions?
Move to accept them all.
Sounds good. Okay. On your motion, Diane, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane, you're on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right. Boy, Val, you're busy over there. Okay, so.
Until Thursday.
Oh, okay. All right. So we see who's on here. Can somebody just move to hold, one of the people on it, move to hold till Thursday?
So moved.
Thanks. Let's see. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right.
Can we backtrack just for a moment?
Yeah.
To Commissioner comments?
Mhm.
I just wanted to say that with respect to consent with conditions, and not to suggest that anyone is so clever, but I think when we approve these pools with no grade change from existing or as noted on the application, we should specify, since it is a legal document, that we're referring to the original application, because that gets scanned and signed, sent in, and then that's a record. We've had some
I know.
clever issues with grade.
Yep.
So I just think
I
if
know
we
just
were
what you
to
mean.
insert a little clarification in there in the future, not
Meaning,
necessarily.
let me make sure I understand what you mean. I think what Stephen means, if I'm not mistaken, is if you look at the application and it says like no grade change,
Bingo.
we make sure that there's no grade change.
Well, yeah, and if I may, it's just the initial if it's the original application, that's what's reviewed by either staff for consent with conditions or commissioners. There are times different people working in different offices, applications get changed and revised. This would just stipulate that it is the original document that we're referring to.
Okay.
So for instance, it may say 1 foot, but that gets approved on consent, or it may say 0. But it ties this approval specifically to the original application. It's a very fine detail,
Right.
but
Well,
with
so
grade, it seems
when
necessary.
something's on consent, it's being approved for the first time.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So
Right.
the first time would sort of suppose that the application as submitted for it to be on consent would be the application that was the one being approved.
There's the rub, is like, did the application come in? Was it complete? Was it amended later before we voted? Because sometimes what happens with these is also applications will come in, but they don't go directly to consent at the very next meeting.
Oh,
So there can be a lag before they're reviewed. Just seems to me that with grade being what it is,
Yeah.
and it becoming such a touchy issue for good reason, that maybe we would just, and next time I'll just mention this offline and we can,
okay.
Well, do you mean like if somebody came in and like moved stuff around and it was a revision to that, it ties back to the original?
no, I just mean that it's good policy to be specific on something that's going to be controlling. And this is a controlling, it's a condition that controls the approval. I think we want to specify that the grade will be as per the original application. That's all.
Right.
That's
I don't think it's a big deal to approve what he wants.
Pardon me?
Remember you had.
Right.
Right.
caveat
He's
for
just
consent
making
pool
sure that
earlier
if
about
the application says grade change 0, that's in fact what really happens.
Yeah, and it's
Right.
good that that note is in there, so.
Mhm.
I think it's a good thing.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
the caveat as it goes in the minutes when you mention it, I'm just going to read this and see how it would change. Is, this is for pools or whatever, not to be visible at time of inspection and thereafter, and to have no grade change from existing or as noted on the application.
Maybe
Perfect.
put
On the
original.
original application.
Well, how often does the application change? Plans change a lot.
Terry, that's the language we're talking about as commissioners, not, if you're looking for clarification, the idea was to insert the word original before application.
Okay,
Applications change unfortunately too often, and this clarifies that it was the original submission via email.
I don't see any harm in
Yeah.
putting that word in there.
No, I don't see any
Okay.
harm in it.
all righty. The next question I would have is looking at today's consent with conditions.
Yeah.
Do you want to add original on those 3 pools for today or for the future?
I didn't make that motion, and I think, we've already spent much more time on this than I anticipated, so I think we're just going to move
We'll
along.
let them get away with it this time.
All righty. And one more question. You're going to hate me for this. Any pools that come up tonight, and if you put that caveat on, do you want original in it?
Yes.
Okie
Yeah.
dokie, will do.
Okay.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry. All right. So now I believe if we've skipped over Val's first old business application, we are now at 14 Darling Street. Oh, now,
Lou is here.
well, so Abby is not. You do have 1, 2, 3. Abby was chairing, she's not here, so it's Diane, Stephen, Carrie. Are you in the room? Sorry.
Lou's here.
Oh, yeah. So I'm not sharing this and it's going to go to Diane, but I think that the last time you were in and I was sitting there, all the board wanted was to see the colors. Okay. So, hang on. 2 things. 1, Diane, you're going to chair this, okay?
Yeah,
Okay, great. And you want to move over to the microphone
good.
there, so that all what you say can be picked up. Thank you. Thanks.
All righty. So we are ready to go? Are you ready for did you get the color board up?
Oh, there's nothing that prevents that.
There isn't.
Your call.
Yep.
I see. Okay,
You may want to get closer to the mic. Is that mic on? Terry, can you hear him?
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, it sound. I can't
No.
hear it.
Switch to the other
Sorry.
mic. This one's working. Yeah, I think they switched them. We're gonna.
Okay.
Okay, Diane, sorry about that.
All right.
I still don't. Oh, there you
No,
go.
it still doesn't work? Okay, there it goes.
Sorry.
So we went to the Sherman-Williams website. We took photos on a great day. We painted it blue, but it doesn't look like you have those photos. Nope, you don't. Those are the original photos that I sent.
Just a point of information through you, Madam Chair, to staff. Nix, Adrian, when would Holly be the one who would typically have those? And if so, when does she come in tonight?
She's in until 7 o'clock, but
Okay.
actually I'm checking Esmeralda's emails right now.
So
See if I can pull them.
my assistant sent them to Kathy Flynn.
Oh, she's
Oh,
not
boy.
with us anymore.
Oh,
No.
there you go. That's probably
Yeah,
why.
oops.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Can you forward them, Lou?
Here, I'm gonna give you my phone.
Got my speed.
We should call these Tuesdays Monday.
So, do we have pictures or
They're working on it, Diane.
anything? I could see that. That's good.
Un momento, por favor. Does she see what's on the screen? She just doesn't see when we point at it.
Right.
That has to be done. With the little cursor thing.
Do we want to just jump one?
Could and come back and everything get gotten.
So what's confusing about this is that Chick's on two different places in the agenda.
It is, okay, look,
He's on new business, the five.
hang on.
So he might not be.
Hang on.
to this.
He's not here?
He's not.
Okay, so this is all set?
We're rounding the corner,
Yeah,
Diane.
so I'm just looking ahead, because this is going to take a while. I'm going to jump forward on the agenda.
Yes.
So is there anybody here in the room or on Zoom for 52 and 52R Hooper Farm Road?
I will text Dave to see if he's coming at all.
So we're going to pass him over anyway. And is Mickey here in some form for 18 Mount Vernon?
Hi, Ray, I am here.
Oh, you are here, okay.
Yep.
So, Diane, I'm good. Why don't we just jump forward and take care of Mickey?
Okay, why you do that? You're chairman.
All right, let's do this. Get this out of the way just so that we don't lose too much time. Hi, Mickey.
Good evening, everybody.
Okay, so you're looking at a roof change and revisions at 18 Mount Vernon. By the way, how's staff doing over there? Is this a problem moving to 18 Mount Vernon? Okay, thanks. Oh, right.
Keep this
hard
with
copy.
us for a minute.
There we go.
So, oh, this is to
Thanks.
your house, Mickey?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, probably could use the tablet.
And what would you like to do? It says roof change.
So we're just going, we're putting a new roof on. It used to be green, that I think it was seafoam green, 3-tab. And we're changing it to ICO dual black 3-tab.
Okay, that seems pretty straightforward. How about, is there anything else?
Yes. Yeah, yeah. So that's
see
the
a copper
south
vent.
elevation. No
Yeah.
change on the south. On the west, which faces the street, we are adding a small copper exhaust vent on the front. And then down on the north elevation, we're changing that stoop. It used to be, it was approved as a slightly larger stoop. We made it a little smaller. And then the next elevation, the east, we are removing a window and replacing it with an old window that we had removed from the south from a previous approval. And that's it.
Are there any HSAB comments?
I was going to ask.
The HSAB, the only comments the HSAB had was to put a cedar on the vent cover facing Mount Vernon Street, to put a cedar board over the vent cover.
How are you with that?
I'm fine with that.
Fine with that?
Yep.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Mickey.
Yep.
Aside from not having a picture, I think it's pretty straightforward, and I would motion to approve this application.
All right. Does anybody have a difference of opinion before I would take that to a vote?
I agree, but I don't mind the copper vent.
That too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It'll wear out.
I know.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, so you're going to withdraw your oh, you didn't actually formally make a motion, right?
Did you
No.
make one?
Yeah, okay, she was about to. Okay, so the motion is to approve as submitted. On Stephen's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
thank you, Val.
Aye.
Stephen, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. Motion
Okay.
carries. Thank you, Mickey.
No.
All right, thanks, guys. Good night.
Okay, let's see, how are we doing on the paint on 14 Darling?
Okay. Okay. Satan Road.
Okay, so the next, if they're still working on the old business item at 14 Darling, I'm going to suggest that we move forward to 8 Sachem. Can we do that?
Seems like a
Fantastic.
plan.
Thank you.
Yeah. We passed that down.
Thanks, Stephen.
This is Lou's.
Oh, that's Lou's.
Should we just
Yeah,
look at his phone?
Just keep it. Well, Diane can't see it.
Oh,
and She's
right.
on this.
We got 8 Sachems up. It's up on the screen?
Yep.
Oh, no.
Your
Hello.
turn.
It's been a while. Wow, interesting. How's everybody doing?
Good.
This
Thank you.
is a garage studio apartment. It is set behind an existing house. I don't know if we can go to the site plan drawing. It's probably easiest. The landscape plan was already, the updated landscape plan was already approved by the HDC. I think Mirka had submitted it several weeks ago, or maybe even months ago.
Thanks.
Keep going. Next page. Next page. There you go. So it sits sort of nestled in behind the house there. One modification that I want to just say that we've changed since this has been submitted is there was originally a stair on the southern portion of the garage that was going to a lower level that we are no longer doing. So the intent, and I would submit this back through staff, the intent is to slide the garage down 3 feet to the south, tighter to the setback line. So that secondary stair will no longer be there. Other than that, it's actually a fairly straightforward building. All of the detailing is matching the existing detailing on the house that is there. It is white trim. It really has almost no visibility from the street, the way it's nestled back into the house. In fact, the photos show that. So that's it. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Okay, if any of the commissioners are ready,
Is it where the shed is going, Andrew?
It's Val, it's where the shed currently is.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. Yep.
How tall is that building?
how, did you say how tall?
22.9.
Yeah,
I think it's 25.
22.9 it says.
Oh, 22.9.
Or maybe that's
20
from,
22 feet 9 inches, yes.
Just started 25, Andrew. You got 3 feet. You can.
It's
knock-
22.9.
22.9. There you go, Diane, do you want to continue?
yeah, I think if I could see a picture or two, I've got a lot of the aerial view of the whole place. Maybe north elevation or something good.
Did you say that? No, I was like really slow.
Okay, this is it. On the east elevation, I would like the windows separated. So it didn't look quite so much like a rocket going up. But you're not gonna separate them by much, but some. On the south elevation, is that going to be seen from the road?
No, you can't see it at all from the road.
Okay. So that's that's south and east, and what do we have a west?
The west is the one that faces the driveway that you might get a peek of the garage doors as you drive down.
That's all right.
Jim.
I don't have a problem with that. So what about the north?
Can't see it from anywhere, Diane.
You can't see either that. All right.
Nope.
So my only suggestion is to separate those windows on the east and going up on the west elevation, I guess. There are no windows on the first floor. Is that the staircase or something there that we couldn't have a window down on the first floor?
You mean on the south, Diane?
Yeah.
Yes, on the south.
It's really right on the property line where there's a hedge. There's no reason to have a window there.
Okay, you can't see it. That's all right then. Just checking it to see. That's all I have.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. Val, you ready?
I have no concerns.
Okay. Carrie, how about you?
I think the fact that this is tucked in behind and we won't see it is good. I think the proportion is too tall just for the tiny footprint, but because it's not visible, I think it's gonna be fine.
Okay. Thanks, Carrie. Stephen?
Yeah, I'd say, I want to thank Diane for touching on the stair that's going to be removed. I wasn't actually listening, Andrew, when you talked. I was caught on your, hello, everyone, it's been a while. I thought that was a start, you were going to tell a joke or something like that.
I could have, but
Like stand-up comic.
I
No,
do
I have
that
no
too.
concerns. The proportions match gables, two-story gables on the house. It's fine.
All right.
Could we? I actually like Diane's suggestion of separating the windows. So could we do that through staff? And then I'll update the basement, take out the stair, and
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah, so I'm fine too. Does somebody want to make a motion that would include those requests?
I'll make a motion to pass as submitted with the windows on the east side, first and second floor being separated,
just
and
the
this-
first floor.
stairs, that's the stairs on the north side.
Stairs on the south side removed.
Okay, and the stairs on the south side removed.
Okay, that's your motion.
Yep.
Diane. All right, very good. On Diane's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
All right.
Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, thanks.
Thank you all very much. Very
All
nice
right.
to see you. I'll tell a joke next time.
We'll see you. How are we doing with our paint color on Darling?
But one came up, so almost.
Are you guys on Wi-Fi?
I took him off it, that way
Yeah.
we are.
It's a trickle in here.
Mhm.
Holly's usually on the Ethernet.
Okay, so,
Highly efficient community.
on the last application on Andrews, specifically, what elevation were we going to separate the windows on?
This is a quiz.
East,
Oh, right.
east elevation, first and
East.
second floor,
East elevation windows separated on second floor.
Or
and
first,
first.
And
second.
first?
Yeah,
Feel like
a little
Congress.
more on the first.
Okay. And remove,
staircase. On
and
the south
what
end.
elevation was
I
that?
believe that's the
Wow.
south elevation.
Thank you.
Thanks for waiting with us, Ethan.
No problem.
Thanks for waiting for us, Lou.
Okay. I think I got it. Check the language, make sure I'm good.
Come on.
Okay, so while we're waiting on Darling Street, we're going to go to 14 Plover. Okay, Ethan, your turn.
This is a new house.
Short and sweet.
Oh, that's your presentation. All right, well.
He's setting the bar.
Yeah, I just, I'm helping the client represent it, so.
Oh, now you're gonna clog the Wi-Fi.
Is anybody here to speak on this application, either live or on Zoom?
Except for the applicant.
She's the homeowner, but her husband is in another meeting off island and can't come on, so they're
Oh.
just here to watch me do it for them.
That's fine. Okay, let's see.
I'll go.
Please.
I reviewed the applications ahead of time. I'm ready.
Al, rub it in, come on.
Show off.
I think the house is nicely scaled and in keeping with the houses around it. My only concern is the roof walk on this structure because it's a story and a half.
That's right, I forgot.
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I have no problem with it either, except the roof walk.
Except for the roof walk, you said, Diane?
Yes, yes. As
Okay.
Val said, it's a story and a half. It should not have a roof walk.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm a little concerned about the double attached garage.
Most of the houses in the neighborhood have two-car garages.
Do they?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Attached?
yeah.
One right next door does.
Yeah, and down the street does. So we can
Okay,
take off the
that's
roof walk, because I
helpful.
totally forgot about, I totally spaced the story and a half roof walk thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had them put it on.
Yeah, I trust you on the garage situation. I've got nothing else.
That's it?
Yep.
What are the colors, by the way?
A white trim, cedar roof,
Okay.
and
Like the houses next.
like the house next door.
Okay.
What about the garage doors?
They are, I believe, natural weather.
Yes.
They're cedar natural weather.
Oh, good.
Yeah, on that.
Uh-oh.
Stephen Cohen.
Butter comments?
Oh, boy. Hey, Steven, you have some really seriously bad bandwidth there.
Looks like he's in the car.
He's frozen.
You're frozen.
He said, I could hear he had a Butters comments,
Yeah, I heard that too.
and that's it.
Because I actually got a letter on this. Steven?
I am in the car. I actually submitted a letter.
When and to whom?
I had submitted a letter.
Right. When and to whom?
Yes. Yes.
Steven?
He's got a lag.
Oh, did I submit the letter? It was submitted. Yep.
Oh, boy. Steve?
Do you have the letter in the file? Do you have my letter in the file?
Can we ask him if there's any potential that he's going to be someplace that his signal is better at any time in the next hour, and then we can make this less painless?
Well, these guys are, sitting here. What? There's no letter, Stephen. There's no letter and we can't hear you.
Can't see him.
Do you have my letter in the file, Mr. Chairman?
No, they checked and there's no letter in the file.
Okay. Well, my comment is actually really simple, which is that Okay.
Steve, we seriously can't hear you. Stephen,
Okay, that is strange. Can you hear me?
I can always hear somebody when they say, "Can you hear me?" And then I can't hear anything beyond that.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you say, "Can you hear
Yeah,
me?" Yes, I can hear that.
Is that better?
Give it a try.
The side, yeah, the house goes side to side across the whole lot with no real one-story element, and it's next to a house
Just
does the same thing, and that's going to create a lot of massing.
The house is near it.
Stephen,
Some of this house could
we
get
can't
tucked
hear
behind.
you.
Can he turn off his,
What are we going to do about this?
can he turn off his video?
How about now?
Turn off your video. If you're talking, we still can't hear you.
I make a motion to hold.
Yeah, I'm not good.
Well, that's not really fair.
Can I?
Yeah, it's not real.
Can
It's
we-
not
can we-
fair for a number of reasons
It's been here
here.
for like a month.
What?
We've been waiting for like a month to be heard.
Yeah, and then getting the letter in, like, yeah,
This is helpful to anybody, just.
Can- Mr. Chair, can I just, for a moment,
yeah.
through you, staff, do we have, Adrian, do you have Steve Cohen, and are you on the town contacts list? Can you email him the dial-in number to Zoom, and then he can just be on the phone? I can give it to you. It seems like the only fair way is to try one more time.
That's a good idea.
Thanks. Oh, I should have.
Steve, if you can hear this, I'll give you
Yeah.
the number, just nod your head.
Is this the neighbor?
I can hear it.
Okay, 646 558 8656. Again, 646 558 8656. I don't know how it works with the meeting ID or the password, but once you call in, I can give you that too. And they'll email you this. Do you guys have it on from your agenda? Quick copy paste.
So we got to roll this along.
Can we maybe take additional commissioner comments, Diane and I and you,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
no,
we'll
I
get
would
Steve's?
appreciate that.
Okay.
Now, I believe, hey, Diane.
Yep.
I believe that you basically said everything was okay with the exception of the roof walk, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thought so. All right, Stephen.
Is this yours?
No, it's
This
fine.
is Val's.
Excuse
Your turn.
I just note that the west elevation, I think those gables are atypical. However, I think what's going to be visible of this will only be the second story. So those will actually look like small additive masses, obviously on the horizon height. Any concern about the ganged fenestration, in particular the doors, goes away because they're on the first story and they're not going to be visible. And also the ganged garage doors. That's it.
What did you say about the ganged garage?
Just
door?
the density there. It's not, I think, an issue because it's not going to be visible.
Oh, okay.
But just to note
All right.
otherwise.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know. Well, whatever. Anyway, let me just make my comment very quickly, which is that the house goes side to side all the way across the lot line, all the way across from lot line to lot line. And it has essentially no one-story element. And it is next door to 12 Clover, which does the same thing. So these two houses together are going to look very massive, like one big, huge structure from the street. And it would be much better if the southern piece could get tucked around the house or something like that. That's my comment, that the design itself is okay, but taken on the lot next to the other lot, it's going to look like a 120-foot house.
Okay, Stephen,
So
we did
based on
hear.
the shape,
Oh.
based on the shape of the house, I mean the shape of the lot, and the budding lot, it would be better if the house didn't go lot line to lot line like that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. You all set? Okay. You had concluded, Steve. Carrie, did I get you? Yeah, you.
I had said my piece about the garage doors, but I think this house is a 1.5-story building, and there are 1-story masses, and there are a lot of sheds that help ground it in the front, the porch, and then the little roof over the garage doors. There's a 1-story mass right there. So I tend to think this is appropriate.
Okay, thanks. And I think I'm ready for my comments, and that, the lot line to lot line thing is sort of hard to get my arms around when this lot is shaped in this extremely peculiar way. It's not like a rectangular lot.
And we're avoiding the wetlands.
Oh, that's obvious. Yeah, that's obvious. And I was going to ask you about the grade change, but it seems that you're okay. You're sort of sticking with the existing grade that runs right through the middle of the house is 15. And it looks like you're pulling around 16. You're pulling that back and leveling out at 15. So you're not really raising the site at all, only very modestly in the direction of the wetland. And I'm with various members of the board who found fault with the western side of this, which seems like a big old wall. But it is in general a very low building. I have the same concern about the roof walk, by the way.
We could take that off.
Okay. It just doesn't, it's not right for this house, seriously. Yeah, I think that the west elevation is going to be of limited visibility, so I'm okay with it. So aside from the roof walk, I'm okay. Would anyone care to make a motion on this guy?
I will.
All right.
Motion to approve through staff, removing the roof walk.
Sounds good. All right. On Val's motion, Diane. Here, let's try Carrie.
Aye.
All right, thanks, Stephen.
Aye.
Very good.
And I'm an aye, sorry.
And there's Diane. Okay, thank you, Diane. And Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Good night. Okay, how about 14, darling?
Yes, we have them.
Oh, yeah. All right,
And Dave Pikarchik's trying to zoom in.
okay.
Thanks, next.
If you're texting him, why don't you just ask him to announce himself, unmute himself and announce that he's
Okay.
there, so we know. So,
All right. You ready?
okay, Diane, it's to you.
Okay.
We're back to
go.
Darling Street in the paint color.
All right,
So
so
this,
let us see your paint color that you've picked out.
okay, so this is 25 Fair Street, which is right around the corner. Down the street is the Ships Inn. It's also painted that blue color, which I'm pretty sure is the Folger blue. And so I took that color and lightened it up, and there it is in the window. And if we go to the next photo, I did the Sherman-Williams, but I don't really feel like the Sherman-Williams blue is the blue that we should be using to raw and egg.
Is that the Sherman-Williams blue?
That's the Sherman-Williams blue, yes. I took that photo on a gray day. So if you go back to the other one, you'll see that it is a lighter blue than, nope. Nope.
Do you remember what
The
the
blue-
proportion
Yep,
of
the
white
blue that
you
I,
put in?
so the blue that I got from Benjamin Moore is called Boathouse Sign Top Blue. and it's a lighter shade than the Folger blue.
Okay, well, let's see what the
Yep.
commission thinks of it. Val,
Can you go back to
Oh.
the,
I'm not on it.
oh, thanks, okay.
Diane, you have two people on this right now, and that's Stephen and Carrie.
okay. Stephen,
Thanks, Madam Chair. We're waiting for the initial blue to come up, and then I've got a question for the applicant through you. There you go.
There it is.
So Lou, this color, I'm not quite clear. This is the one you prefer, but
That was the one that we originally wanted to do. That one is 25 Fair Street. That is the house, Fair Street, and that sample in the window is the lighter shade of your approved color.
Yeah, that's not, that seems too bright.
okay. And then can we go to the picture of the structure itself with the paint overlay?
Yeah. So you see, and before they had the house yellow, and they had the corner board and the soffit painted the yellow too. So we want to paint it the white and only the clapboard.
only your clapboard is going to be blue,
Correct.
and the white is going to be on the
Corner boards
Boards.
and fascia. Yep.
and the fascia. Okay. Carrie, what do you think?
Well, I think the Sherwin-Williams color is not right.
No.
It looks kind of periwinkle-ish. Out of all three choices, I think the original Folger blue is the best, but I just think on this house, it's so strong with such white trim, and it doesn't really, I don't know, it seems like that's a color for a Victorian house. But out of the three options, it's the best.
Did you bring Lou color swatches?
I have this and I have your.
Yeah. Do you have the Bluebird?
No, I don't have, because Sherwin-Williams isn't sold on the opposite brown.
Oh.
So this is what I got from
Oh, so that,
another painter.
So Diane, what Lou is showing us is a board with the paint color that they'd propose. And I was asking them if he had a copy of the actual swatch of the actual color that they used in the Sherwin-Williams software, so we could kind of compare what
Well,
the
isn't that the
deviation-
Sherwin-Williams up? Isn't that the bluebird feather?
that's the one in the window. Okay,
And
it's
I
so
like-
bright.
I like the
there.
one that's in the
It's totally
window.
different in real life.
There it
That's
is.
actually a gray blue.
I'm-
That's
See, it's a
actually
gray,
pretty
it's
nice.
more gray.
Yeah.
Carrie has it in her hand, and it's grayer in person than it is in that photo.
Yeah,
So Diane, I think I heard you said that you prefer the color that's in the window pane in the picture that's currently up?
Yeah, what do you think?
Okay, and then just for clarification, what Lou has brought in is that piece, and it appears to be a much grayer, still attractive, but much grayer like the Folger blue than the blue than the way it's shown in the screen.
So I don't know whether we can make a pick with that. Whatever that one in the screen is, you must have the percentage of white that you added to get that color. I just think it's a more lively color than what he's got on the house down on Bear Street. So, but if does anybody want to make
so
a
different.
choice?
I think this one's kind of good. It's close to the Folger, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's the ships in, and I held it up against the ships in as well, so you can see. And that's more in the shadow.
Shipson's pretty light.
Yeah, so Lou's showing us a picture of the Ships Inn, which is remarkably like the picture on the screen and the color that he's proposing.
Okay, so specifically, what color is he proposing?
That's what they called it.
Boathouse, which is a blue-gray.
Yeah. Well, I would go with that.
Okay. Carrie?
Yeah, I think that's a nice, it's much bluer in that than in
Yeah.
real life. And I think that's appropriate to have it more gray.
Okay. Diane, I think we're ready to vote if you want to take a motion. Carrie?
Yep. I would like the motion.
Motion to approve, what is this color called?
Boathouse?
Boathouse
Boathouse sign blue.
Sign top blue.
per exhibit foam core.
Okay. Thank you. Stephen, your vote?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, Carrie,
Aye.
and I'll vote aye also. So that passes 2-1.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Now, it sounds like we have our applicant on Zoom for 52R and 52 Hooper Farm. So why don't we give that a try?
Thanks. Oh, and Diane. I don't know how Diane signs them, but.
Hey, David, if you can hear me, you might want to unmute.
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Very good. And we can hear you too. That's great. Okay, so why don't you run us through what you're doing?
So this is 52R, which is the rear property. And there is a proposed Huntington prefab and a garage with a 1-bedroom apartment above it, which will be modular as well.
What is this? Dormers on a modular. See?
It works.
It works. You can do it.
I like it when we get a modular that has
Dormers, yes.
single story mass, dormers, all the good stuff.
Fireplace.
And it's
right?
proportionately correct. It doesn't look like a modular.
Well, feel free to jump in, anybody.
Dave, is this the lot right behind your house?
Yep, so there's 2 lots. There's
I know, so is it the one right closest to you or the one farther back?
the one furthest back.
Okay.
I'd make a, unless Diane wants to comment, I'd make a motion to approve as submitted, subject to updating the address on the plans.
What does it say now?
It might say
Eli
2
Place.
Eli, which it originally was.
Oh, okay, got it.
So-
Yeah, good
so
point.
it actually just updated recently.
All right. Diane, did you have anything?
No, if this is just on the site plan, it doesn't show where the house is, if that's 52R.
I didn't see it in here, but I saw it up on the screen.
Keep going. No, go farther
Right on that one.
down. Right before that, right there.
So it's not
Okay.
highlighted, but it's almost right where the cursor is now. It says
Yeah,
proposed.
who's got the
building.
cursor?
Diane, do you see that?
Yep, I do see that. That's all right.
Proposed building.
What is that Eli Place next to Brenda, coming off Brenda?
It's a paper road.
Oh, I was gonna say, I don't remember that. That's fine. I don't, well, I do have problems with it, but there, you won't be able to see it, so I say, okay.
Okay, great. So I think we're good to go, Stephen, if you want to move.
So moved.
All right. Stephen's moved to approve the new dwelling at 52R. On Stephen's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Very good. Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. And now we move to 52. Oh, yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
David, anything to say on this one?
Similar, it's gonna be a modular with a one-bedroom apartment above a garage,
And where is this?
which will be modular as well.
It's the same
Oh,
property,
no, it's the
right?
same property, just a different, okay.
Yep, it's,
Oh, a shared little driveway.
yep, and they all share one driveway.
No, it's a garage, right?
With a garage.
What's online is a garage.
This is the dwelling.
Yeah, this is different. This is a dwelling without the garage.
So it
I
could be a
looked at
dwelling.
it, actually. I don't have a problem
Is
with
the
it.
gambrel.
Yeah.
I just would like to get a better read on where things are going to be situated on.
So we don't.
There's basically three structures going in, and I don't necessarily have an issue with it. I just think,
There's one existing
There's even
structure
that
as of
one.
right now. There is a one-story cottage already on the property.
through you, Mr. Chair. So the proposed building, David, is the gambrel, the proposed
Correct.
garage is the gambrel, and then the
Correct.
one we just approved is down below off the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank
And
you.
that has
First
a garage
one.
as well.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any comments, any concerns from any of our board members?
If this were more visible, I think the proportion of the gambrel is not that attractive on the west and east elevation. But because it's, and like certain things like separating the windows, but this is gonna be completely invisible from any street. But
I think it's charming.
Okay.
Completely invisible.
All right.
this huge width is little.
I'm okay with it.
Motion to approve is submitted.
There we go. Thanks, Stephen. On Stephen's motion, Carrie,
I will go
Thank-
for it,
you're good?
yeah,
Okay, thanks.
I don't disagree.
Val,
Aye.
but it's not visible.
thank you. Diane?
Well, you forgot to ask me what I thought.
Oops.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
We
Oh.
can back it up a little if you got anything.
Oh. I just, well, I will ask, has the pool been approved?
No, I've not submitted. for
Don't
the
think
pool
so,
yet.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll go for it. I just think that there's an inordinate amount of mulled windows in all sides of it.
I
And
can't see it.
it's, I'd like to see some of them separated, but I will vote for it.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. So you're in. Who did I miss? Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay, thank you, David.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Okay, now we move to John Bartlett, out at 33 Bartlett Farm Road. Do we have John for his proxy?
We do. I'm here.
Oh,
John
hi.
Bartlett.
You're live. Wow, nice to see you. Okay, let's see what we got.
It's a farm building.
Welcome to the HDC, John.
No.
It's a pot shop.
Thanks. In person.
Ta-da.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
not a shop,
so
it's a
shocked.
greenhouse or row building, greenhouse kind of building.
John, if you put a laundromat in, you can call it Suds and
Suds and buds.
Buds.
Suds and buds.
I was pausing
You know,
dramatically.
there's just so many opportunities.
Yeah.
If I only had enough time.
Okay, so this is basically as you drive out to the farm building, the market. It's to the right-hand side between that building and the sort of growing areas.
Yeah, it's at the end of what we call the shade garden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Now, John, I'm not sure that you're aware of this, but we do have the paper here for this. And so we have to make this, newsworthy in some way.
Well, I was hoping to do that last week, but you were looking for something newsworthy last week, and I just didn't quite make the cut.
We chose you. You're going to be the guy tonight.
So the solid clad building is moving along the length of all your open, I don't know what you call it, the area where people can go. And the glass part is facing that?
Right, so the glass part is to
Oh,
the west.
going to the left and that's
Yeah, going to the
solid.
left. And so that's orientated so it's true south, so that it gets the maximum amount of light. What we're calling the head house is to the right. It's the longer building that kind of runs on the north-south axis.
So that's the solid clad building.
Correct.
And what is it clad in?
It's a metal panel.
Aluminum? Okay,
It's an, what do they call,
Vertical
insulated
side,
metal
right.
panel, IMP, right?
mhm. And the color,
Yeah,
is that the color, it's,
good question.
oh, here we go. Color chart, sand tone or natural green, what's in that, oh, the green is the trim. Huh,
And this is tucked in behind, and again, they both of the structures kind of look like various other types of sheds that we have in other areas on the farm.
yeah, I mean, it's agricultural, I'm just wondering about the trim, it seems like it makes it pop out a little more. It might just disappear more without that color change.
I would agree with that. It's interesting because there's a smaller building that does have that contrast. And I don't
But that's a
find,
different green.
yeah, I don't find that objectionable, but this is kind of a very different scale. John, how would you feel about like keeping the trim and the wall color like either the same or very close?
That's kind of like a hunter green. We have it inside the farm stand.
Mm.
But I can match it with a sand tone, or it can be white.
Let's just see what everybody says, but it occurred to me too. Anything else, Carrie?
No, I think there's a lot of leeway when you're dealing with a farm and what the buildings look like and solar panels and scale of things. And I think the location of this is good because it's behind most of the, the visual features of being in there and approaching it. So I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
All right, thank you.
John, I think it's kind of ironic that Palmas is going to be next to the shade garden. There was a time where this would have been shady business, but no longer. I agree, just a little bit of concern with respect to color and size. I think, overall, this is a agricultural use. There are large structures. I think the contrast color is problematic to the extent it'll be visible. I wonder out loud about, looking at the north elevation, for instance, if the emergency generator building and to the left with the door number 3 and also emergency generators around door number 17, if those were actually painted the green to break up the mass as opposed to the rest of the building being painted the sandstone, and that would include eliminating the difference at the eave and the corner board. So as an example, you'd have two facades that are green and one side that is sand tone. And the effect of that would be almost like a camouflage where you get different masses colored differently, and it breaks up this vista of one color. I'm not suggesting necessarily that the green be the most prominent forward color, but I think, you know, if you look at the south elevation, if this was all one color, I think it would be more successful because these contrasts are accentuating the overall size. My original suggestion was to paint a greenhouse on the side of this thing, or trees, but I don't think that would be appropriate.
So are you suggesting having like an entire wall of green?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a cubism approach out there where you have a color on a mass and then the other masses are, you know, I'm not suggesting introduce three colors, but it will break up this monotone.
Oh, okay. So you're not suggesting having like one wall, you know, keratin, and the
No,
other wall
no.
green. You're saying like if there's this one structure that's connected to another one and you want to separate it, so it appears to be two structures, you would have two different colors.
Yeah, just to visually break up
I
the
do
overall
understand
mass.
what you're saying.
I think it could be successful. It's going to depend on the color.
It's
Okay.
19 feet tall.
I mean, that view right there, you can only see from on the property if you're like on the north side looking south. You cannot see that elevation
Anywhere else.
from anywhere unless you're gonna try to walk into the greenhouse.
So that mitigates my concern.
I do have a question.
Yeah, go.
Is it gonna have lights on all night?
There's blackout curtains for that,
Okay.
so that's handled.
Good.
That's my only
Really
question.
good point.
Yeah.
Boy, have that glowing out in the landscape all night long. Okay, Diane, anything?
Yep, I do have, John, what are the colors of the other greenhouses that are on the other side of the shade garden? The old greenhouses?
Aluminum.
They don't really have a color. I mean, the glass ones have, you know, aluminum, I guess, fenestration. I don't, the aluminum rails and galvanized rails. And then there's some element of black rubber that connects some of the glass together. But, and then all the hoop houses are just kind of hoop houses. They don't, you
Yeah.
know, some of them
I
have
thought
different
that-
ends, but
I thought that big greenhouse just on the other side of the shade garden had some sides to it. But I don't have a problem with it. I think it will hide, and it is part of the farm. And so it should be good. I don't mind your color mix at all. I think that green, that's a funny green color, is rather good. And it goes with the sandstone, at least what I see on my thing. So whatever came up to be used, you could paint the long wall going down, the sandstone, because that would sort of mesh in with what was out there, or the green would be too. So I don't know specifically, but I have no trouble with those two colors you've chosen. I think they're good. So
Okay.
that's it.
Thank you, Diane. You know, so John, I said initially that I'm not loving the contrast between the trim and the thing, but I actually think it's going to be fine. I think that will be sort of, you know, the same way that an old gambrel barn up in Vermont would be handled, where you have the red walls and the white corner boards, you know, I think it'll give some detail to this building. So I'm kind of actually okay with just the way it's submitted. So would somebody care to move this in some direction?
I'll make a
Motion.
motion
Nope, go ahead, Diane.
to approve as submitted.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's give that a try. On Diane's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Very good, Carrie.
Aye.
Diane, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. Thanks, John.
Awesome, thanks, guys.
Okay, let's see. This one
Interesting venture.
was approved without any conditions,
Just thinking.
right? Yeah. This is, fixed.
generator.
Yes, that can go around.
Yeah, by like at least a couple of years.
Hey, this was approved.
Oh, really? Oh.
Oh, do you think I was? Well, there you go.
Stephen's,
should take my comment
Stephen's
back.
John's age.
It said by at least a couple of years.
So do we have Mr. Palladino?
Hi, I'm here.
Giacomo?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Hi, everyone.
Hi there.
I have three applications here, one for move demo, one for a main house, new dwelling, and one for a guest house. And I guess it makes sense to go with the first one first. I just wanted to point out that this house is on a large lot. It's set back about 320 feet from the road. And since everyone else brought it up in the last applications, I'm going to bring it up. I don't think that this is, I know this won't be visible from the road, but I'm sure you'll have comments. So I just wanted to say.
All right, let's see. Well, right now, we are reviewing a move-off demo.
Correct. Correct.
And so I'm gonna guess that you don't have any, like, this is not an old historic building.
No, it was built in 1989.
Okay, 1989. I'm not actually seeing. Okay. It's this building with the cupola on it, right?
That's right. And the three garage doors.
Oh, so
Was there a building there before that
There
got
was,
ripped down?
there was a house, before I was
Yeah,
involved, there was a house that was removed. I wasn't involved at that point.
Okay. Anybody want to jump in?
I don't have a problem with this.
Somebody can use some of it.
It's gonna
Yes,
be a
somebody
bear to
could
get
use
out
some
of there.
But they can scavenge pieces and parts off it.
Who pays that liability insurance?
Oh, let's all be so sustainable, but worry about that.
Oh, come on. Okay, so let's see. Who's next?
I'll go. I agree with Val. I hope stuff can be, some of this, if it doesn't get moved, can be repurposed. It's not that old. Carbon sequestration and all that. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Anybody have any problems with this? If so,
No, I think
Oh.
that it's too bad that they don't move it somewhere and it's not falling down, it's not cruddy looking. To demo these buildings is destroying the atmosphere, and I'm sorry for it.
I would advertise it in the newspaper.
Yeah, so, Robert, is this a dwelling? Or is it just a garage?
It's a big open space on the second floor.
Okay, so funny thing is, unless this board requires it, which we're about to, You don't need to do that. You only need to do that advertising thing if it's a dwelling.
I see.
But I think we're going to independently put it in there that it's going to need to get advertised anyway.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Somebody want to do that for me?
I'll move that.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. So Diane has moved to approve either a move off or a demolition of this building with the proviso that it get advertised in the local paper first before it gets demolished. Okay. So that's Diane's motion. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Very good. Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay. Next up, new dwelling.
Main house. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, wow. What?
Val, you ready? Did you preview this one?
I did.
Is anybody ready?
It's a bit unusual, but I think the visibility isn't there. It's rather tall.
Val, I can barely hear you.
Sorry, I had the thing off because of the crinkling paper. I said it's rather unusual and it's rather tall, but I think given the visibility of this lot, we're not going to see it.
Okay. Who's next?
I feel like the front elevation is very flat. It's a very large, big building. At first, I thought the middle roof was the low line, which is actually not. It's a shed dormer where the two gables connect into it. And this is the front of elevation, and everything sort of seems applied to it. Well, not everything, but that front porch just seems applied to this massive wall because there's not a lot of depth there, and I just wonder if that's going to be perceived from anywhere as you enter the property. But if, as you say, it's not visible, I mean,
Is that it?
I don't know. The end elevations look fine, but I'm just having. Then where is the water?
The water is to the left in this plan.
Right, I get that, but how far away? The plan is sort of cut off before you.
Yeah,
get to
if we
the
look at the,
coastline.
I think there's another plan above, that's above this. Let's see. Yeah, and the house is sort of just behind, just to the north of that existing garage. So it's maybe a couple of 100 feet from the water.
So when I'm looking at this site plan, there's a blue hatched plan and then the one on the left. We're talking about the property on the left, right?
We're talking about the property on the left, yes.
Okay, so there's no plan of where the house is on this.
No, it's on the site plan that is below this. And then you can see where there's a dotted line that's indicating the footprint of this existing garage on that
Yeah.
site plan. So you can see where this house is in relation
Oh, yeah,
to
I
that
can see
existing.
it. I just think this will be visible. I mean, you're at elevation 16, you're sort of on that line and you're, 100, you're out of the 100-foot buffer, but you're probably less than 200 feet from the beach. And I feel like it's a light slope to this. I think you're gonna see that.
I think you'll see it from the water, I agree.
Rear elevation, yeah, and that counts, unfortunately.
It looks like it's connected with the property next door. If you look at the larger site plan,
there's a
if you look
driveway
where that
leads.
parking is.
It's the
gives
same
you an
owner.
idea.
Hey, if that's the case, I've got to sit off of this. Sorry, guys. Steven, you want to share?
Sure.
Change the door. Can I just add one more little comment?
Go ahead.
Is all the French doors being 10 light? I think they should be 15 to be vertical, more vertical, and they're just more traditional with 6/6 windows.
Okay.
Windows.
Was that it, Carrie?
Yeah.
For now?
Thank you.
Val, you started. Did you want to finish?
Well, now that I see that and where it is the garage plan, Robert, on the new site plan, basically
Yeah.
where the garage is?
Yeah, and the new site plan, there's the garage right there. You can see the proposed garage is right there where the cursor is. And
Right.
the old garage is the dotted line to the left of it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So it is closer to the road than I thought.
And
Was that it, Val?
I'll come back.
Okay. Diane, and then I'll go back to you, Carrie. Diane, did you want to comment at this point?
You want me to go?
Sure.
I thought that, east side should go down to the water. to Get off the site plan and see if I could see the east elevation.
Bringing it up now.
You won't be able to see the east or the west, but you will be able to see the north.
Okay, go ahead, Diane.
Well, let's
She
take
wanted
a
to
look.
see the east. There you go.
I'd like to see. And that's going to be a screen porch there
Yes, on the left, yes.
on the east
yes.
elevation.
Yes.
Oh, no, I would like to see, you have a great deal of single space on the second floor, and I think the second floor would definitely be visible. I'd like to see the windows bigger. Why do we have those little windows over the screen porch?
Just for
I
some
think they should be
character.
set two
they-
windows.
That's easy. That I can do. That I could be very happy to do.
But you know,
Okay. Anything else at this time, Diane?
I'd like to see the north elevation if I could.
Thank you.
Well, never mind. It seems to be a problem.
you can't see it, Diane?
Yep, it just came up, so this is is that going to be seen first floor or only by the second floor?
I would imagine the second floor, but
15 feet up.
No, I don't have
Hmm.
any problem. It's just the little windows. It's a big building. And I think with little windows don't fit as well as bigger windows. They needs the size. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. So I think what I'd like to know, Robert, is can we look at A02, the site plan?
by the way, a formal site plan has yet to be submitted as an application.
Okay. Can we click in just there? There we go. So, well, one, I'd like to understand the disposition of the proprietor's road, which is directly adjacent on the west within the lot. If you can comment on that at this point, Robert.
All I can tell you about that is that there's an easement, there's a dirt path that runs, you see that runs just south of that where you're seeing Proprietor's Road is written. And it's my understanding that the Proprietor's Road is now owned by the client, my client, but that there's an access, that dirt path still remains an easement for anyone who wants to walk to the beach.
Okay. I actually spent some time on Roads and Rights of Way Committee, and I kind of vaguely recollect this, but I think that needs to be resolved, and that's a segue into the grade changes. If we look at on the east, there's going to be a 6-foot grade change immediately adjacent to the setback, and on the west, it is going to be about a 3-foot, and I would like to understand how the grade is going to relate to all the elements on the site, the proprietor's road and the abutting property on the east. To satisfy that, I think it'd be appropriate to submit a north-south cross-section of the site at those two locations, being slightly to the east of the east side of the house and to the west of the west side of the house, to show the greatest extent of the difference in grade.
Okay.
And I think it would also be appropriate for us to get a written, some better clarification, as opposed to just your understanding what the factual matters are. Not suggesting, you just seem to not be definitive, and I think we should
I'm
have
not.
a definitive.
I am not. No, it's just my understanding.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And then I think we need to get, obviously, some renovation, some fenestration changes from what Diane's comments were. Did we have, I didn't really catch a consensus on other elements, though. Was there one that I missed for revisions? But anything in particular on that?
I think Carrie somewhat articulated her concern with.
I just was concerned that it reads very flat. It's a very large house and it's a very flat facade with an applied looking porch. And I'm just wondering if you can.
Well, can I respond to that?
Yeah, that's okay. Go ahead.
Well, the front door is set back and it's not reading. This front door is recessed.
Like,
And as is the dormer above, and then the porch is coming toward us. So there is some modulation on the front of this elevation.
yeah, it's just very subtle.
And maybe the front door needs
Yeah,
more
no,
articulation.
that's not, it's just literally like 1.5 or 2 feet.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, okay, so we're going to just back up for a second, Robert. So, Robert, it appears that the modulation along the front is somewhat minimal. The setback of the door area wall is a couple of feet. Those are obviously valid concerns. So I think at this point, it would be fair to ask for a motion to address the cross sections that were asked for, clarification of the proprietor's road with with factual information, definitive, and revisions to address the front facade and concerns about fenestration.
Okay,
And the grading.
Yeah, on the cross section.
yeah, that would show in the cross sections. Okay, okay, I got it.
Okay. Can I get a motion on that?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. On the motion, Val?
Aye.
Diane? On the motion?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
He's got a guest
It's gonna be a big party house.
He's got a guest house.
Oh, next up. All right, so Robert, it'll be the same board if you will, it's the new house garage. It's funny, I keep looking over there thinking he's there because his Zoom is clear enough that he's,
I wish Steve Cohen's was like that. Boy, that was.
Why is this in front of me? Oh, this was the demo.
He was in a car.
okay. Robert, if you want to go ahead and give us your
Okay.
lead in.
So this is the guest house that you see on the bottom, on the south side of this, not the south side, but below the circle in this site plan. 2-car garage, there's a garage door on the south side, and there's a garage below and apartment guest house above on the second floor.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone like to start?
Well, I do want him to verify the proprietor's road ownership simply because it's about a foot away from the edge of the road, and that would have to be changed if they don't own that property. It would need to adhere to the setbacks, right?
Yeah, and I think, we're not the easement enforcement group, but it
No, but
is
they need to
applicable to, agreeing with you, Carrie, but also just the point that if there's going to be grade changes along the proprietor's road, that's an easement, as I took it, perhaps for public access, that needs to be addressed and preserved. It would be incumbent on us not necessarily to be acting it would be incumbent on us not to be acting in a way that would obstruct that proprietor's road easement. That's all.
I'm very happy to do that. I know this was vetted, so I'm pretty sure that we're okay, but I'll be very happy to get you that information.
Okay, yeah, and the hardscape should please address that to the hardscape plan. I don't think we asked for that, but I'll ask for it on this one. Val, did you want to keep going, or? If not, I'll ask Diane. Diane, are you ready, or you want another minute?
No, if we go over to view it, I was trying to pick up the height of the garage.
22 feet? 23.2?
Yeah,
read.
I couldn't figure out whether it said 23 or 22. It's small on the things. This elevation faces which way? This is the front, the east.
Yeah, that faces east.
Okay. And let's see another, at least one side there. It is. Pretty much like it. I don't have any problems with it. I think the little balconies, I think, would be hard to see. I don't think they cause any particular problem. I would like, I don't know, those doors up on the second floor with the deck. I guess the whole area is such a lot of shingles around the fenestration. So at the moment, I just say that the solar panels,
they're not planned.
they shouldn't be on the built side of the,
Okay.
beg
Hold
pardon?
on, Robert.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. I'll address it after Diane finishes. Go ahead, Diane.
No, just, they shouldn't be facing whatever street, driveway, or view from the water that's going to be on that thing. And that's all. I just see them there. I don't want to approve them and then have it come up again. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Just on the point of the potential solar panels. So, Robert, I understand, some of us understand those are required for your building permit application. However, they should be removed from the HTC application, so there's no confusion as to that they were not, they're not being approved as such. That would be a separate application.
Okay.
Okay. Val, did you want to go?
Yeah. I notice on the site plan that it looks like there's in back of the garage on I'm
West.
disoriented, west.
On the west, yeah.
Is a shower enclosure proposed, but it looks like it accretes over the setback line. I don't know.
No, that's not, I don't know what is that? Let me see, I drew it, so it's there.
It looks like some sort of shower, but it's
It
not.
looks like a shower enclosure, you're right.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the setback line, but okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Go ahead, Val.
okay. It looks like it was.
Well, we'll address it.
Yeah. What faces south, which is what faces the road, I think is a handsome elevation. And overall, I don't have that much concern about this structure, except the little balcony hanging off the edge there, but I suppose that's okay.
Okay. Carrie?
Yeah, I don't have much of a concern, but I do think if the French doors change on the house, they should change on this to match.
Okay, and I'll go. So we addressed the potential solar. I think I'm just going to agree to the extent that I see if we can get a motion to remove the potential solar from the HCC drawings, have the elevation and site plans match. To the extent penetration is changed through revisions on the main house, anything that is of a like kind be changed on the garage, and the hardscape plan be provided with this set of revisions. And if we didn't catch that on the main house, we'd ask your consideration as a courtesy to include the hardscape in the main house revisions, so that it's easier to pull up on the screen and review at that time. Can I get a motion to that effect?
I'll make that
So
motion.
moved.
Okay, Diane, Val beat you by a half a second on your motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. Thanks, Robert.
I'm an eye.
Thank you.
Got me.
Good night.
I forgot.
Hey, so guys, I've got to recuse from the next two as well. So Diane, can you take those? Joe Paul is here in the audience to rep.
Sure.
Thank you.
Joe Paul.
Good evening.
Hey, Joe.
Wow, feels weird to be here in person.
Have you not yet? I feel like I've seen you.
Once,
Okay.
but there were technical difficulties online last time. I figured it'd be easier to be here
We like
live.
seeing
always a
people in
risk.
person.
Yeah.
So this is a move on site with no revisions to the existing structure.
You're just shifting it.
Yeah, there it is. This is, so it's, you can see the existing footprint, which is labeled there, and the new one. The reason for the move is if you look at the parallel lines there, the existing house is about 55 feet from the coastal bank. And if we rotate it, not quite parallel to the road, rotate it counterclockwise, we can get it to about 95 feet from the bluff. And at one point, our client had looked at pursuing a bluff restoration, and that was abandoned. So this application and the next application, you can see them both here. The main house is up now, so there are photographs in here. That's just rotating. The lower left-hand corner is going slightly down towards the beach club a little bit. And you can see the existing driveway, which is circular, it's essentially in the same location. We're just pushing it towards the street a little bit. We're still trying to keep a rival court, if you will. And so the curb cut's in the same location. And then the next structure, which is a guest house with a garage component, that one is also moving, but we can move that one past the 100. And we're adding 2 single-story additions to that. Those are up next. And yeah, here's some photographs. So the larger structure is the main house. If you look at the one in the upper right, there you go. Right, that's the house, and you can see the circular drive between the two of them. The Sankaty Road is running through the middle of just beyond these 2 structures. Yeah, right there where the cursor is. Yep. Does that help you understand what we're doing a little bit?
So you're moving them on site?
We're moving them on site. We're trying to keep them essentially right where they are. They are, they're well positioned, and we already have a cabana that was approved probably a year ago that goes down the hill towards the beach club.
Yeah, I remember that stuff here.
Right, there you go. There's a good shot. So, and actually this shot here, you can see the existing guest house has a 2-car garage kind of integrated into the mass of the building.
Mm-hmm.
And those doors face away from the street. So you'll see we're turning those garage doors into part of that structure, and we're adding on a more additive mass of a garage. But that structure will be sliding to the left towards the street a little bit. And then the main house, which you see just beyond it, will be rotating clockwise. And we're not making any changes to that. So all those porches will be, it's as you see it. We're not even changing really window wells or anything on that structure.
How much are you straightening it out or turning it, sort of?
You can see on the site plan, I don't know how many degrees it's turning. If you go back up to the site plan and zoom in on, you can see the two. You can see those. The existing structure is outlined, and then the proposed location is hatched.
Right, it's sort of coming back pretty good.
Yeah,
So
what we don't want to do is have the thing just be parallel to the road. We thought that would be, we wanted to give a little bit of a cant so that the front door still faces in towards the driveway and the parking area, and that we can have a landscape buffer between the road and the actual house. So
Right.
you'll be walking up to the front door. Yeah, you're going to come in from the side, sort of. Yeah, just like that. Whoever drew that blue line. Is that accidental? That's
that's good.
Yeah, that's.
And then we don't make danger to the bank really by moving it off back a little bit too, which is good.
Yeah, that's the reason for it, is just precautionary. They lose a few feet a year on that bank.
Yeah. Well, let's see, who wants to begin? Who's ready to begin?
I'll go.
All right.
I don't have any concerns with either one of these rotations / moves on site.
Okay. Carrie, how about you?
Yeah, it's an existing dwelling. I just wonder if it weren't a little bit, giving it even more longevity if you did do it parallel to the road and get it completely out of the 100 and as far away from the bank as you can, but that's here nor there. It's your guys' choice, but yeah, I don't have a problem.
There are two reasons for having that thing just be parallel to the road. Just felt like it would be a little too formal and almost force a visual connection. And we want to try to screen it with landscape as much as possible. The other thing it does too is it makes that whole side of the house look into the parking area and into our guest house. So by having that cant, we sort of soften the street relationship and maintain their views as much as possible. Most of their views are out that right-hand side, actually.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Stephen,
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't have a concern with this or the other. I understand what they're trying to do. Joe, I'd just say, tongue in cheek, if you guys just got 10 747 wheels, pour a pad under that thing, and every 5 years, you can move it 20 degrees as you go.
Jeez,
Thank you,
might be
Madam
onto
Chair.
something, actually.
It's a new business.
well, so we will review the guest house in a minute, but can I get a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So now what's the next, Joe?
The next one is the guest house, which it's a rotation as I described, but you'll see a before and after in the elevations. The site plan is identical on this application as the one you just saw, and as well as the photographs are the same as the ones you just saw. Yeah, actually, do you mind scooting back up to that image that you were just, yeah, there you go, thanks.
So my battery runs out.
Just in terms of orientation on this, my label that says moved location, right where that arrow is pointing on that plan, is where the existing garage doors are. We're taking those garage doors and we're adding a little porch there, and we're enclosing the existing garage and making that a room. And just to the left of that, we are adding a single-story gabled garage that is kind of connected by a breezeway so that the massing of the existing building is retained. And the garage doors will be facing up towards the bottom of the page, not towards the street. And then on the top part of this, there's a bump out there that is a single story addition. So you'll see that in the comparison elevations, but that's where they manifest on the site plan.
Okay. So who would like to begin?
Yeah, this page right here is the comparison. This is helpful. Yeah, there you go. So on the right hand, we're adding a little bedroom addition, and then the garage is off to the left. And then the next elevation, if you just slide down a little bit on the page, yeah, that's the view that will be facing into the parking area. So that's what you're going to see as you drive up the street. And the view to the left of it is what you presently see driving up. So we've added the garage kind of forward of it and then the little addition off to the left.
Very good.
We didn't want to get to that. I think that's it.
I have no concerns, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, I think it's a good solution to adding to a small house.
Okay. And Stephen?
Nothing to add.
Okay, can I get a
Motion
motion?
to approve is submitted.
Very good. Stephen on the motion.
Aye.
Carrie on the motion.
Aye.
Val on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that
Thank you.
passes completely. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Good to see you.
Okay, now, is Mirka? Oh, jeez. I didn't even see that was you. It's so funny. Are you here?
crawling here.
Oh, yeah, you are. There you are. Okay.
Barely.
Hologram.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I am on this one. Yeah, I think.
It's new. It's a new business. There's no board.
Well, no, I just
Oh.
have had a conflict on the last
Gotcha,
couple,
yeah.
so I'm conflicted. Is this one of Lisa's projects?
No,
Okay, then
It's
I'm
Matt.
not.
a hostel, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
And Matt McEachern, yeah.
HSAP, right. Okay, Mirka, tell us
So-
what's going on.
So I believe Matt McEachern was in front of you with the, like, I don't know, a little bit of the additions or work on the project, so we might be a little familiar. If you don't mind to go to the aerial photo first, I want to show the existing situation, existing landscape. So right now, so existing structures are staying in place, and there is already series of the boardwalk. So if you come to the proposed, if we move to the proposed site plan, I would like to particularly use the idea of the boardwalk, but expand them and kind of bring them closer to the ADA unit, which one is in the back. So practically kind of branch out and just have two directions to access the ADA unit, which also would create little islands and pockets around each building, since each building will accommodate their rooms for rent, as a hotel, I'm assuming, a hostel, which allow me to create little pockets for the little patios or like seating, which would be used with Goshen stone. As you can see, just look like really pavers set in gardens or lawn, and then little community spaces, which would be just pea stone area in between. It's really just kind of preserve what is there now, but just give it a little bit more of the pop and bring the dune back to this complex. To use planting, I really would like to just incorporate the beach grasses in a landform shapes. And then as we get to these inner areas and inner pockets, to bring a little bit more shrubbery. If you move to the right side, again, it shows a little suggestion of the planting plants. No, I'm sorry, just to the images of the plants. So really, if you zoom out, yeah, perfect, and go to the right. At least it's my right? I'm sorry, I guess there is the images of the Zoom. So the images of the planting are screened, hidden behind. So it's again, bayberries, cletera, beach grasses, few tupolos, just really give a little dimension and character to those inner areas, but everything very low, very transparent and see-through. In addition to the hardscape, I would like to use or have an art pergola, which is right behind the main building, which of course would be kind of visible from the side, Station Street. But the design of it is on top of the page. There's an image kind of inspiration where it came from. It's very like quiet, natural to weather, like rustic looking structure, with the few boards on the top, covered with the climbing roses. For a little bracket or whatever, I use a little bit of the detail which came from the main building. You can see where the post meets the top beam, just kind of bring that character of the building architecture to the pergola, but not overdoing it, keeping it natural, keeping it very like beachside, relaxing. So just to sum up, in addition of the existing boardwalks which are there, we are adding extra this 100 feet of the boardwalk. So, we already have enough there. So we just expanded extra 100 feet. And then just a recap, using the Goshen for pavers, using the pea stone for, areas for gravels. And then I guess in addition, what I did not mention, the parking, which is existing. We are using the existing area for 3+ parking, but we need to provide ADA parking. So right now it's shell. And one of the thought, because the pavement stops there, to maybe pave, but I am open to your recommendations, or if you have any other suggestions. And I guess
Oh.
that would be it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, HSAB.
HSAB met on May 16th, and these are the recommendations. The existing boardwalk close to the main building should remain parallel to the building. The proposed angles are chaotic. Any changes should conform as close as possible to the existing linear pattern. The existing tone of the landscaping is very simple and natural looking, almost entirely grass. The proposed graveled areas are very much out of character with the appearance, and they don't comply with ADA standards. The freestanding pergola is an unusual feature for this setting and alters the character of the compound. The parking area should be brick, not asphalt. Those were the recommendations.
Very good. Thank you. Did you guys talk to NPT about this?
Not me myself, but maybe I know the better way.
Okay. Is any, like, is Mary on? Mary Bergman? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, what do you think, folks?
I agree with HSAB.
Yeah, here, for those of you that, it's the HSAP comments. You mean the idea of straightening or getting them a little
Yeah, I
less?
mean, if you look at this nice picture she provided us with
Mhm.
what's there,
Mm.
the boardwalk makes sense running along close to the building, like it would if it was running along the water. And I understand why you want to do it, Mirka, because you're trying to make each building have sort of its own little area, but I think you have to rethink that a little bit. Keep it close to the structure.
We hear what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I
she was
just said
turned
I'm
off.
agreeing with HSAB that the boardwalk should be close to the buildings, and that's all I had said. Sorry.
Okay,
That's all right.
how about you,
I'll go.
Diane? Yeah, go ahead.
I think the parking area has got to be not either paved or brick. It's got to be what's there now. Slots are there for as long as I was their mailman. And it gives informality to the thing. And we don't want to pave over that much land, which stops the water from going through and all the rest of it. And brick is I think is too formal for it. Look at the existing site plan now and the houses across the street. This is the end of the harbor, or not the end of the harbor, the end of the island, and it's informal. And I think a formal paving of the parking lot would not be appropriate. People, you don't know how many cars are going to be there. It gives them a little latitude of where they are. I think that's important, and not to make it some formal hotel, whether that's what it is or not. We don't have to look like it. I think the pagoda there is inappropriate. At the end of the main building.
The pergola, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's silly. People are going to sit behind a building, between two buildings, and enjoy themselves. They didn't come to sit down between two buildings, if that's what people are thinking of. And it just adds another building to that does nothing. There's nowhere to sit. You don't need one to walk through, and it's walking through the wrong way. So that's what I think about that. I saw it every day for like 28 years. So I got to fit in with it quite well. I would like to, I don't know, America, if you know what summer sweet is, but I think it would be nice to plant some summer sweet around the buildings.
It's there.
It's
To
pretty.
interrupt you, Diane, it's there.
and it has a nice,
Plethora, right?
Summer Sweet is Contra. Yeah, Diane is actually part of the plans. Can you
Yeah.
turn off those name tags so actually you can see? Yeah, because it's hard to see the rest of the screen. It's right behind. So yes, Diane, thank you. But yeah, Cletra or Summer Sweet is proposed there.
Yeah.
yeah,
With
that's
the
white,
Michael
but
Beach
the
House. Yeah.
comes pink too. So maybe you could mix them a little bit.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Well,
Pink is very pretty. The pink summer sweet or plethora, whatever.
The white one is the native one. The pink is the variated form, but I'm happy to mix them up a little bit, bring a little pop.
Thank you. Anything else, Diane?
So that I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, a little bit different perspective on it. I think I agree with HF to the extent that the angles are overly accentuated, but if you look at the existing, these aren't, I don't think a single one of them, other than the one in the rear, is directly parallel with the building, the one that runs left to right on the rear building. And then the only perpendicular one is the one off the main building at the front. So I think this could be successful, Mirka, if you were to kind of just take a little bit of the angle off the main boardwalk to the rear, get a common, first of all, I think what the concern is looking at this as a bird would look at it, which no one's going to ever be able to do. From the street, I think this is going to be largely mitigated, but I do think having a common union for the 3 boardwalk intersection would be helpful. It would help to get rid of some of the angle off that first boardwalk. And I think the pergola is okay. It's going to be, clearly have landscape elements to it. Through you, Mr. Chair, is it accurate that the parking area, that only the parking area that's proposed to be paved is for the AD accessible spot?
Yeah.
That has to be that way.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
but
sure.
I mean, there may have been a perception that the whole parking area would be paved, and I just want to clarify that that wasn't the case, or if it was the case, I wanted to know.
So I hope to keep it consistent so it wouldn't be too busy because there's the asphalt and it's original shell parking. So I thought to do one or other, but if you prefer just to have that one ADA parking as a break and the rest keep like shell mixed with the sand, just as it is now, I'm happy to do that.
Okay,
but
just
I need at least one, ADA.
okay. And then, yeah, I think, I'm not necessarily suggesting it needs to be a tarred parking space with the wheelchair area. But I think clearly we got to bend the knee for the ADA stuff. Whatever the hard material is that a wheelchair can go over, I think is appropriate, and it should be as naturalistic as possible. And it should be complement whatever the other material will be for the rest of the parking area. Not necessarily with texture, but at least color. So for instance, if you were to use some type of a bluestone paver or some other material, then use the bluestone chip stone, something so that you don't have this weird contrast out there. Other than that, I think the materials are nice. I think the concepts of the plant materials are appropriate. We're not weighing in on those. But I do think that I mentioned that to mention that much of the boardwalk will be obscured on a eye level by the plant materials. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. Because
Okay.
in addition to planting, I would like to create little berms to have an idea. And I'm just talking about 1 foot, or just have a little delineation of the waves, just like when you go to the dunes, it's across the street, just like
Sure.
really sweet, gentle undulation of the earth.
Okay, I would suggest, Mirka, just if you're going to do something more than a foot or so, just note it on the plans.
Will do.
So if it's like a 2-foot peak, we see that it's what I presume is going to be a pretty minimal area, kind of at the apex of some of these areas where it'll come up a little bit more and then it'll just undulate down. Oh, that's it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Carrie.
I tend to agree with Stephen about the boardwalks. I don't mind them shifting a little bit, but I do think they're a little bit extensive. And I would think if you can eliminate the easternmost one and stick with the sort of path that the other one is taking, that would be in keeping with what's there, but being able to shift it a little bit to then include the element of the pergola. I don't think the pergola is such a bad thing. I think the treatment of it that you're proposing, reclaim natural weather and growing up roses and something that would be sort of appropriate for out there, if they're sort of, what are those wild roses? What are they called? Not Rose rugosa, but
The climb
those-
roses.
Huh?
The climb roses,
Climbing,
like a
yeah,
seafoam
they're-
rose and
yeah.
those small little flecks, yeah.
I think that's a fine thing to do there. It's sort of creating something beautiful back there where, you know, right now it's, I don't even know what's back there, but
Like-
it's a
like
bunch of-
rocks.
it's been let go, so to speak, this whole back area. That's it.
Thanks, Carrie.
May I just comment on Carrie's comment? Carrie, why I added that extra boardwalk on the east is to cut the distance to the ADA unit, which is all the way in the back. So if you don't mind, to go to the site plan.
It seems like it's more.
I'm assuming you assume the one on the east, right? You said if you would, I would remove it.
Yeah.
That's the one which kind of make the distance to the ADA unit the shortest. If you don't mind to zoom a little bit to the side plan, you can see the right side too, outside of the side plan. The back unit is ADA unit, all the way in the top, yeah. So that's
Has
the.
that been designed yet? Has it been
Yeah,
before here?
I believe so, Matt will see it all units.
Okay, I wasn't sitting on it, so I didn't know that.
So that was only why I added that extra boardwalk just to, but I can definitely work on it and maybe try to make it a little bit more. Anyhow, just a thought, just a comment.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
With regard to the material for the parking spot, everything out there is either asphalt or brick or shell. There's no bluestone or any of that. So I think any of those would be fine. And brick is in the minority, so asphalt is actually, seems like it goes better. I think just keep it informal is the key. To make it tidy and formal is gonna make it seem out of character. That's it.
Okay. So I agree about the sort of complexity, if you will, of your boardwalk design. I think there's certain areas that you could just tidy up. I don't necessarily need to have it running parallel to the building, you know, but there's one spot in particular. Can we scroll? Yeah, there you go. Stop. Like, I just want to go like that, you know, like get rid of that little thing there.
And it seems like
your
it's the
5 foot
same
radius.
distance to that building. It doesn't seem like it's shorter.
I just think that, it can be simplified a little bit. And I think you know, Stephen's right, a lot of it will be obscured. I do like the idea of as minimal a landscape as possible, given the context here.
Mr. Chair.
Hey.
So first, I want to apologize for being late. My daughter crossed over the bridge for Girl Scouts, and I'm also a troop leader. So
No problem.
unfortunately,
Good for you.
my apologies. Happy Flag Day. If you'll indulge me, my understanding, I knew you guys saw the HSAB comments, but not my comments. So I think quite a few of them that I heard as I walked in were very similar to mine. So glad to hear it. You all know that this is our Surfside Life Saving Station by Charles H. Robinson, Victorian Gothic style. First off, I have not heard from NPT on their concurrence on the hardscape. I know it's not very germane to the preservation restriction, but that's a very intense restriction nonetheless, and I think that's very important. Agree with HSAB on their odd comment on their odd configuration of the boardwalks. and on the freestanding pergola. Although I appreciate it being natural to weather, so it would blend in within the neighborhood. Recommend to retain the existing boardwalk layout as it is to reflect the youth hostel days as well as the dormitory days back when it was the United States Navy that was utilizing the property. The historic setting is partially developed setting of cottages, undeveloped bushland, and ocean beach. And that was back when the preservation restriction and the Form B was updated with MHC, really still kind of the same setting. And to that point, the gravel courtyard and pergola does not fit into that setting, nor does the Goshen pavers. And those were my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Do those comments alter anyone's position on what they've said in any way? It sounds like we're going to move for some revisions anyway.
Well, MPT input.
Yeah. So what?
You invite on that, or should I check it, Holly? I've never dealt with them. Then I can catch, fill it.
Yeah, yeah.
My
You just
apologies,
need
yeah,
to
I haven't been advised to do so.
have Mary take a look at it. Okay, can we have a motion? Come on.
Motion to hold for some revisions and more information from the
NPT.
NPT.
Sounds good. Thank you, Val. On Val's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you. Thanks, Mirka. How about Tori for the next 3 items?
She was at the same place I was at. Away.
Oh, but she's not on Zoom at the. She is on Zoom? Okay, so Tori, unmute if you would. 71 Orange. Let me get rid of this. Thanks. Where is that Tori? Tori. She's on there?
Does anybody see her?
Oh, Victoria, there she is. And she appears to be unmuted. Uh-oh. I hope she's not in her car.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Hey, Tori, we're going to give you another sack. Just want up.
That's really
Up.
bad.
Oh, that was you, Diane. I was like, Tori.
Is Jason here?
No Victoria, right?
We can come back.
Going once, going twice. Yeah, Victoria, if you when you're able to get through, we'll come back to you. Is anybody here for the Seward Johnson project?
Window
And
replacement?
yeah, now, okay, so I'm gonna guess, does this have HSAB on it? Because of the vintage, the house? No, I'm sorry, we're way down at 73 Hulbert, Johnson's old place. So there's an issue there. In other words, if you see any sort of like potential issue that would require somebody to rep. Okay, because if it's straightforward, I'd like to just. Okay, so with that, why don't we take a look at
Do I have to recuse if this was my stepfather's farm who did it about 30 years ago?
You're good.
I love that.
What was your?
Jerry Ford. Thornton Ford.
He owned the big Seward Johnson house too?
He did the original move and the sand and weed.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Well, wow, that's great. No, I mean, not.
I was kidding.
She's good. She's good.
Oh, this is the cottage. Okay.
I'm trying to, the cottage is not that old, I don't think.
No, it's not.
So, Mr. Chair, I got some information on that.
Yeah,
if that's
sorry, go
okay.
ahead.
No problem. So the garage is actually a circa 1960s.
But
And
built in
actually,
the style of the house.
yes, and actually the HDC survey on file, surprisingly, there's one on file, actually says 1975. So between 60s and 75, attributed to obviously Seward Johnson. And it was altered in 2001, but it still has the predominant same characteristic. Just for your knowledge, the existing structure on the lot, the Queen Anne, obviously, the first summer home built on Hulbert Ave by the Hulbert family is from 1880s. The garage is also called Sand and Weed Guest House. HSAB took a look at these on this proposal on May 16th. They said approved plans show divided light windows, yet photos appear to show full glass. Replacement windows should be divided light and match the existing style. Okay with wood SDLs with spacer bars, and I would concur with HSAB. Those are comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it does look like they're taking what appear to be, God forbid, casement windows, single light, and turning them into double hungs. I mean, maybe it's just the photograph. Hey, Tori, so, okay, just hang on just one second, because we're on a non-project of yours. We'll get back to you in a moment.
Those are temporary panels.
Which?
These.
I was actually speaking on this. Is Jason on the meeting?
No, we're moving forward without Jason. So
I
are
submitted this.
you?
If I can answer any questions, I submitted this on his behalf.
Couldn't really hear what you were saying, but I think we get the picture about what's happening there. Okay?
Yeah, I wanted to explain the windows that seem to be single pane are removed for repair. They are the original ones that match the drawings.
Yep, understood. Thank you.
Great.
All right.
Yep.
Comments? Go for what? It's funny, one of these windows is reversed. The bottom pane is proud of the top pane.
The green one.
Yeah. That's not good. Comments, anyone, about replacing the windows?
He's replacing it with white tile, right?
Pretty,
Well, he's replacing, with what's here, I think.
I think they're requesting simulated divided light. Correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, and I believe HSAB said that was acceptable down here.
Yeah, I don't see that as a problem.
Okay,
I'm fine with it.
Val is fine. Carrie?
Yes, I'm fine.
On your former father-in-law's house?
Well, not this little building.
Oh, just the big giant one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Stephen?
Yeah, I think Carrie's former father-in-law's house needs a house
Stepfather.
next to it that has stepfather that has STLs.
Yeah, okay. All right, Diane, anything?
Pardon me?
They picked it up and moved it 60 foot closer to the beach.
Diane?
Yeah, and now they're gonna have to pick it up and move it
Diane muted?
away.
There it goes. It wouldn't unmute.
There we go, okay.
Yeah.
I think there's, unless they've done a lot to this house and over the years, it's very hard to see whatever. That's, he got everything he wanted to because nobody could see it.
I love the railing.
So I have no problem with it.
Okay. All right, I think we have consensus here.
Motion to approve.
Very good. Val has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, that's that. Okay, so now we'll jump back to 71 Orange now that Victoria has gotten live. Okay,
Guys, I'm here.
so Tori, 71 Orange, new garage.
Straightforward. I believe
Uh-oh. Hey, Tori? Tori? Tori, if you can hear me, you should turn your video off because that'll give you better bandwidth on your audio.
You're frozen.
Yeah, you're frozen.
Maybe she's mid in that dead zone on the way here.
Over on the Cape.
No, just down Milestone from BFW.
She was at the same place.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Tori. Hey, Tori, listen, you're having some technical difficulties. Maybe what we got to do here is jump to Carrie and Luke's project at 5 Gardner Perry until you get into a good spot. Oh, is she driving here?
Motion to
Oh.
hold for representation.
Yeah, I don't.
And better-
Let's not do a motion. We'll
Okay.
come back to it.
We'll come back to
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just skip over it at this time.
Yeah. Okay, so Carrie, are you going to represent 5 Gardner Perry?
Yes.
Okay.
This has come through a number of times, first with the garage addition, then the garage doors, and then now we're back with the roof. Builder cannot get what we applied for originally.
The
I don't even
seafoam
know what it
green?
was. No, it's like a light gray, but I think it's a 3 tab, you can't get that.
Yeah.
So-
Carrie, you need to get closer to the microphone.
Sorry.
And Val, make sure yours is on.
I will.
So
I will.
The house is not an old house, but it's on the edge of the historic district.
Okay.
But the roof is a light gray. And what the builder told me he could get was a light.
You mean the roof is currently
The
light
roof is
gray?
currently like, there it is.
Okay.
And what he can get is what we're applying for, which is, I forget what it's called.
Georgetown gray.
Thank you. It is an architectural shingle.
Mhm.
And it's the lightest that he can find.
Okay.
But they don't want to go black. That's the problem.
Not unless they need some solar panels. Okay, Gary, thank you. Do we have HSAB on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So Carrie was right. This was 1985. And you all saw the proposed, or the garage addition that you see in these photos. That was approved last year. And I just want to note to the commission that that was for a light gray to match existing. So obviously the 3 tab would not be wouldn't help. HSAD took a look at this May 16th. They said gray or natural to weather would be preferable for the garage. They said garage doors. I don't know if they knew what they were looking at, but at the end, I know. So from staff's perspective, obviously, we're dealing with an existing structure with a addition that was approved, excuse me, and it should match the new garage roof currently being built. And obviously, I would recommend if Georgetown Gray is something that you all have on your approved list within the old historic district. It is architectural, so be going 3 tab to architectural. That's fine for the area and the vernacular, in my opinion. Obviously, natural to weather cedar obviously would be as well. But I would just make sure that it's clear that it's for the existing structure as well as the previous approval, which is Terry for the file HDC 2021-074216. So
That is the plan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mhm. Okay, thanks. Comments from the board?
No.
only light gray,
Yeah.
gray frost, gray frost.
Yeah, or nickel gray.
Nickel gray is the seafoam green.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, nickel
Well-
gray is that seafoam green kind of combination that you've been going towards. Because the nickel gray
Did
has
we
a.
just approve that somewhere?
You did, well, you allow it, you allow the nickel gray, I believe, under 3 tab. Since we can't get seafoam green anymore, as well as you all more likely, like the black roofs versus anything else in the old historic district. So thank you for
Okay.
that, Stephen.
So,
Sorry, Carrie.
Yeah, no worries, it's just that this color is close to this color, the existing color.
Yeah, if I may, I actually
Yeah, go ahead.
voted for this, but got voted down in the group when we
Oh,
were
that's
doing
funny.
the colors.
Hmm.
But just, I guess it comes down to a question of availability, and then it comes down to what's our threshold for determining, not to question you, but just as a general matter of precedent, the authenticity of statements made by an applicant. And then are we making, all towards making exceptions due to supply chain logistics stuff, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, we had this.
I have no idea.
Lighter gray is available now. I mean, it has been released, but what's the color of the lighter gray?
Come on, guys.
Hang on one sec, Diane. Oh. Hey, sorry, talking to the mic so that Diane can hear.
Sorry, Diane, I was just suggesting that if the gray frost is available now, that maybe they could get that, but it's, we're just trying to match as closely to what color is on
Understood.
the roof now.
Yeah. So, are you kind of suggesting that we should hold this until you make a phone call?
Well, it's been sitting in mine for about 6 weeks now, so,
Oh.
I mean,
Hey, how about, can we just like take this and bump it to Thursday so that she doesn't have to wait another 2 months?
So
All right. All right. So we're going to move this to Thursday. That's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
no worries, it is what it is.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen on your motion, and I'm in favor too. All right, so see you Thursday. And okay, so how about the Tory situation? Do we have you yet?
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Okay. Hey, are you planning on coming here?
I'm on my way there, yes.
Yeah, we'll wait for you.
Are you driving here from the Cape?
No, no, I just drop my Girl Scout off first.
Should we, rather than risk a bad connection, should we just keep going and get back to you when you arrive here if you're really on your way?
I am. I'm just on my Comet Avenue, almost there.
All right. So listen, we'll see you in a few minutes, and then we'll take you up.
Okay, thank
then.
you so
All
much.
right.
Appreciate
Okay,
it.
thanks. All right.
Bye.
So let's move now to the first item under old business. And Mark, are you on?
Doug Mills here
Oh,
from
Doug,
MCA.
hey, how you doing? Okay, so Doug, this is your lucky day. Why is it? Because you have me, Diane, Val, Carrie, and Stephen.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Okay, so when this was reviewed initially, there was concern about our choice of 2/2 windows, getting away from the 6/6 that existed. So we've reverted back to the 6/1. There was concern that we were proposing to remove the chimneys. We put the chimneys back. And then we changed some of the fenestration on the southeast and the street elevation, which is southwest. On the southwest specifically, we made it more symmetrical and, kind of prettied it up a little bit compared to what we had originally submitted. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. We have HSAB on this, right?
Yes, sir, we
Yeah,
do.
okay,
So again, for the record, this main dwelling is a Queen Anne-ish from circa.
Very much ish.
Very
ish. From 1900 for the HDC survey, and it was altered in 1996. The structure that is in front of it, which I believe you all approved for a demo move, is a garage, but with a date unknown. HSAB took a look at the revisions as you all requested on May 23rd. They said that the proposed new front door and entry have an overall awkward appearance. The projecting second floor over the front door creates a negative massing instead of a roofed front porch. The negative mass should be filled in and a hipped porch roof provided to create a proper front porch. The door should be separated from the attached windows and have a more formal surround and be a more formal front door rather than a four-light. The porch post to the left should align with the corner board above. The lights in B windows on the southeast are proportionately horizontally rather than vertically. They should be narrower to correct this. The northwest elevation of the garage is under fenestrated and could use a couple of windows. And lastly, HSAB respectfully requests revisions if the commission so inclined. From staff's perspective, appreciate the additional historic documentation with sandboard maps. Thank you. Application indicates to replace all windows and doors. And obviously would want to see a window survey. Attached garages are atypical with the Nantucket's overall vernacular. Just want to notate that. A question, is it the intent to not remove the existing chimneys or is it to rebuild new? It's not clear. I do know that the last meeting, the proposal was to remove the chimneys. The commission wanted them back. So it's not clear whether or not those are just not being removed or are they actually being rebuilt. So I just want clarification. On the northeast, the removal of the fanlight window removes a colonial revival-esque type element for this, and the proposal for a four-light is very contemporary. And then a question, why not rebuild the previous garage roof pitches to match which if you look at the roof pitches of the proposed garage addition, it's very similar with hipped roofs, mimicking that existing roof pitch might help, especially with the visibility. And then obviously maybe a simple walkway or breezeway to attach it may be more appropriate. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Okay, who would like to begin on it? We're all on it. Oh, come on, guys.
I'll go.
Thank you.
I appreciate returning to the 6/1 windows and the chimneys. I think my biggest concern is the size of the garage, which is right on the street, and it seems as though it's as tall as the house. So I think it needs to be more subservient, and perhaps not having the doors that face the road, which is not accessed by a driveway, would make it a little less confusing and keep it simpler. Let me see. I don't know that we're gonna discern that the connector is actually there, except on the the rear side, which it's one big long flat plane. That would be the side that needs to have some sort of rebate to sort of indicate that it's an add-on, but that's all I have for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Val. Who's next? Diane, you ready?
I'll go.
Okay. Carrie.
I appreciate the 6/1 ones as well. That was my biggest problem with the original application. And I tend to agree with Val about the garage. Like, it is quite tall compared to the rest of the house. It's but I don't know how you bring it down and keeping a second floor on it. But there is a hedge blocking the street side of it. Am I wrong?
Yeah, there's a hedge there.
Is that staying?
Yep.
Yeah, the hedge is staying.
Well, I'm going to suggest the page A 2.4 shows a photograph of the house taken from Cliff Road with the existing garage single-story bit, and you can see that like whatever's below the hedge you're going to see a little bit of, but obviously whatever's above the hedge you're going to see 100% of.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if it is just, as HSAB says, keeping the roof pitch as it is, working with that, and would that lower it?
Oh, as it is, meaning on the existing?
Yeah, it looks a lot.
Which is much shallower.
Yeah, a much shallower roof slope.
Mhm.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that we're trying to match the house
We say
with the new garage.
Understood. Hey, Doug, hang on. Let's hear from all the members, okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Stephen.
Yeah.
I'll go.
Well, I'll get to you. You want Diane? Okay, Diane, go ahead. Diane?
Okay. I think strongly that garage has got to come down. I don't know. It's got 3 roofs on it. It should be a simple garage. It is in the picture, and road is not so fancy dancy, really. And as Val said, it's practically as tall as the house. It's supposed to be 24 feet, that's it. I don't know what it is. There are no dimensions on the drawings that I got. I'd like to see the chimneys back, and I think on the southeast side, which is going to face into town, I guess. It's too many double and triple windows. There's no sort of originality or design out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Old windows separated, they should be made to flow along. I think 2 windows over the garage need the same thing. I don't know what specifically the view is on the elevation, but it needs to be broken up somewhat with the windows, I think. And the chimneys certainly should be there. It needs to have that feeling about it. It's because otherwise it just it looks like a school, unfortunately, to me. Mark, I'm sorry. Anyway, that's it for now. I'd like to hear.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Stephen?
Yeah, I agree with the comments. I mean, basically the hip roof on the main portion of this structure is driving the height. Because of your interior program, you got to go up higher to get the headspace. But while it's attractive, the overall height relative to the house is, I think, a distraction, and rightly so in terms of comments from the commissioner. So you either got to figure out a way to lower that, or I think change the roof lines. Sorry.
Good? Yeah. Yeah, so Doug, before I get to my comment, which is essentially going to echo what just about everybody else has said, I think everyone else has said, could you clarify, are these the bubbled chimneys in green? to Holly's question, are those, is that saying that you're just going to return them and those are the chimneys, the existing chimneys?
So they won't be there on the interior of the house. And typically to do that, it's easier to just tear them all down. But, you know, if you're going to insist that it be the original bricks, I have to check on the age of
Yeah,
the
I
three of
would, I
them.
would check that. I mean, if
Yeah.
they're new chimneys, then I think
Well, yeah,
I
that's
would
what I would
probably be
check.
less concerned about them.
Yeah, I have a feeling that two of them are new and only one of them is old.
Can
I'll
you
just
just
check that for you.
research that? Okay, so that
Yeah,
would be
I will.
good. And note it on the drawings rather than just put a bubble around it. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah.
And so, you know, the problem for me is that I'm looking at this picture you took from Cliff Road of the privet and the garage building that is, gotta say, super charming right now, to a building that's less charming and certainly larger. So that is really the only issue on this for me. Should we move for some revisions and maybe some clarification on the age of the various chimneys? Oh, and back to HSAB if we would.
So moved.
Thank you, Diane. That's Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. Aye. Val? Aye. Diane, on your motion? I know you're in favor of
Aye.
your motion. Oh, there you are, yeah. I knew that.
I
So,
said aye.
and I'm in
I-
favor too.
I said it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. All right, so listen, everybody, Tori is now here. Tori has just joined us in the auditorium. Okay, so we're going to jump back to 71 Orange.
Okay.
New garage. Now, while we're prepping for that, Matt, I'm looking at 28 Main and Sconset. Now, maybe this will work. You got me and Diane. You don't have Abby. Now, Johnny was sitting on that. You automatically pick up his stuff, Stephen? Is that the protocol?
That's what I understood.
Okay, so then, oh, there you are. So you'd have three people. You're good? Okay. All right, so now let's jump back to 71 Orange. Lori?
I'm here. Hi.
Oh, okay, good, thanks. Tell us what you got.
So pretty straightforward. I believe, what's the side street? Silver Street, is that right?
Yeah.
It's up way back behind the house off of Silver Street. There's an existing second curb cut. There's a similar garage up on Fair Street to this design. I believe it's 14 by 16, 14 by 18. And I've included a bunch of pictures from the front of the house, the side of the house, showing you exactly where it'll be located as far as photographs as well.
All right.
For visuals, I'll defer to you guys on the rest.
Okay. Oh, very good.
That's the landscape plan that we repurposed.
So.
That's the backyard.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Or are you still presenting?
No, not at all.
Okay. Holly, comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1822 typical Nantucket, the main dwelling, with a federal influence. You all did receive or reviewed landscaping, hardscaping earlier during COVID. And that does not include the second curb cut that was there previously. I do not know the date or when the HDC approved it. I have not found that, but the last revision or application that was before you for this property was for the other driveway and hardscaping. HSAB took a look at this proposal on May 16th. They said that the main house at 71 Orange is a very simple, typical Nantucket house, and the detailing for the garage should relate to that style. The soffit overhangs and the long clear story type dormers should be eliminated. The garage doors should be of a simpler style. And the existing Belgian block driveway is not appropriate surface. Was it ever approved? Again, that would be something to look into the actual file, because that was prior to any other applications before you. From staff's perspective, I actually, kind of funny, I didn't really read HSAB's comments, but I agree wholeheartedly that the garage should be a more simple gable structure with no shed dormers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Can I see the application? Or Tori, maybe you know, or it looks like you're representing this for someone else, but I could read those rakes two different ways. They could just be rakes with a gutter in between, or they could actually have a soffit. It's not really clear from this hand drawing which of those it is. Do you know?
Could we go back to the drawing for a minute?
Yeah, so sometimes
Yeah.
you do have this, but then there's just a gutter back there, that just is like hanging in the air, and then you have the gutter that goes along, so there is no soffit over it.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to remove the soffits, and I'm sure the dormers as well, and simplify the doors. No one has to have this exact design. It does look more like a soffit to me, in particular, when I look at the drawings in particular, but we're happy to take those away, right? Doesn't that look a little deeper out?
Yeah, I mean,
on the north
it's not
elevation?
drawn as a gutter, it's drawn like that's a whole board running across, in
Yeah.
which case there would be a soffit.
Right.
All right, I just want clarification on that. Thank you, Tori. Who else would like to go? Guys are also circumspect tonight. Diane, you ready?
On that previous elevation by the door, whatever one that was. Oh, stupid iPad is driving me crazy. Is it just me, or do the windows that are on the first floor seem too low? It shows on that east
Pretty low.
elevation.
They're probably, well, there's a slab in there.
Yeah, but compared to the
There's a
drawing-
slab, so that means that they're going to be closer to the ground than if it were a framed up thing. But I'm guessing they're probably 6'8" above the slab.
If you look at the east elevation, it just looks like the window header is a lot lower than the door header.
Yeah,
it is.
yeah,
I agree.
definitely.
You know, a couple inches would be.
Hang on, okay, go ahead, Diane. Sorry.
No, just in that east elevation, you look at the door is where the handle is to open the door. That's right across from the middle of the 6/6.
Correct. Although it does
That
look
makes
like,
it awfully
yeah.
low.
Yeah, see, the door is going to a staircase that's going up to the loft there. And so she would not, or whoever is drawing this, would not be able to raise it up because you got a floor there that's going to be in the way. You can see finished floor, second floor. So they're kind of as high as they can go given the floor level height. Anyway, sorry, continue.
Okay, it just seemed to be a lot up above. It just seemed that way. If I could see another elevation, it would be great. I got the east and the north, and that's it. So it's very simple. On the west elevation, I think perhaps 2 windows on the first floor instead of one single one. It's very low fenestration. That's what I would like to see a little bit more. Just like the south elevation, you have 2 windows, one above, one below. It looks good. On the west elevation on the first floor, I'd put 2 windows. it would balance out the shed dormer up above. That's all for the moment.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Val?
Actually, this drawing is not, it's somebody else's drawing.
Yeah.
And it's for a garage that's much larger. This, what she's proposing is 16 by 14, and this drawing is 16 by 25, so it's significantly going to look different on the
Really?
sides. That's what it says on the application.
Yep.
16 by 14 garage, and on the plan, it's the floor plan, it's 16 by 25.
Yep.
So I think it's gonna look,
Good catch.
And we can't even hit that.
You can't fit
Probably.
16 by 25?
I don't think so.
Not without losing your space.
Hold on. Okay, so we can hold for revision. I'll let, of course, we can comment whatever you want, but I agree with you, Val.
I don't
I
know.
just think
I
it's
didn't
gonna look different.
I didn't catch that. He's
Okay.
only proposing this, what I put on the application.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that's a lot less
Should we
garage.
hold this for revisions? Does anybody have anything else they want to add to what has been said already?
Well, it seemed like Diane wasn't too concerned about the dormers, and I'm not either, to tell you the truth. Maybe the overhang should go, the soffit, but I don't think the dormers are making the building so much more complicated from the street view.
I agree.
And there, it's way in the back.
Yeah, it's very diminutive building. Okay, but let's hold for some revision, just to mainly to get clarification on the length of the building, the contradiction. Stephen?
Also, Harvard slate is not an approvable color for the roof.
Okay.
Come in and just tell us that there's supply chain issues.
Now, the site plan does call for 16 by 25. So the site plan is showing a 16 by 25 footprint.
Yeah, let's please
It's
get
just,
cleaned up.
it seems like
drawings.
it's just a typo on the application that it's meant to be 16
Okay,
by 25.
I'll double check
All right,
everything and see
okay,
what the deal
let's
is.
let's hold this for some clarification and some revisions. Somebody do that for me?
So moved.
Thank you. Stevens moved to hold this for clarification on some items and some revisions. On Stevens' motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thanks for that, Tori. And now we're going to move along to 17 Ranger. Demo move off.
And Holly or Adrian, Scott and Tricia, Estill, maybe on, those are the owners as well.
You gotta get a couple Twizzlers for that sugar boost.
Did you see how many of those things I ate?
That's why you're coming down and crashing.
About 30 of them.
I
You're
can
crashing.
have more. I
Yeah.
love those things.
Ooh, they're so
I'm going
good.
for my boost.
Oh
They
my
gotta be
God.
bad for
I love
you.
going to a movie. And
Oh, yeah, I
crash.
can feel myself dying every time I eat one.
Oh, thanks.
You said they gotta be bad for you, I said I could feel myself dying.
Okay, so,
Okay, so I'm not sure which one want to look at first. This is the demolition move off existing garage on the site.
okay,
And the program, the way the house and existing garage were sited, it's a very, very long, deep lot west. And these are all kind of crunched towards the road on the east. And so your whole use of the rest of the lot, this garage is kind of sitting right smack in the middle of it. It goes all the way beyond that middle dotted line to the left there. So they would like to demo move this off Ranger Road. I'm not sure if they could get it over the brush and down the road. We're certainly gonna make every effort. And we're completely on board with your suggestion in prior applications to have people come and utilize any materials that may be available for use. And that's the extent of move off demo. I will let you guys give me your.
all right. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, just
Yeah.
for the record, the age seems to be 1985, 1990. I do just want to mention, I know that the salvage, advertising aspect is for residential, but the property card does indicate that this garage, it's a garage apartment, so there is a residential component to it. Just want to
So it'll
mention
get
that.
advertised anyway.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. That's it? All right. Comments?
I'm okay with it. It's a very cool, simple building.
It is. Yep. Agree. But you're okay with the move demo?
Mhm.
All right. Anybody else?
No concerns.
No concerns from Stephen?
Ditto.
Good. Anything, Diane?
No,
Okay. Can I have a motion?
no.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay. Diane.
Make a motion
Val- Sorry, Val beat you to it, Diane. Okay, so on Val's motion to approve the move off demo, Diane. We'll come back to
Aye.
Diane. Oh, there she is. Okay, thanks, Diane.
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen.
I'm not mute.
No, we got you. We got it. Okay, so let's see, Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that carries. Next, new garage, same location. Need money. Is this,
Oh,
does that mean
been
anything?
taken care of. Sorry.
That's good.
Sorry.
I'm gonna just pin that on my jacket. And sit on the bench at the top of Main Street. Need money.
So same photographs. I've included photographs of the home here, so you guys have a relation to the existing dwelling on site. This is the
Thank
main
you.
house. Pretty funky. Probably 1980s Holly again, is that right? Yeah, 85. That faces Eel Point Road. Right there is what faces Eel Point Road.
Princeton, New Jersey.
And the distance photographs, when we get to the garage photos, show you, kind of give you a relative distance from Eel Point Road of what it looks like as well. That's all main house.
It looks like the designer in this case took the cues from the main house in terms of roof pitches and so forth, the 12 and 12, I think.
I would agree.
Mhm.
So if you want to stop there for a minute,
Cool.
is that where he wants to put it? That's the back. No, that's the back, sorry. The garage will go to the right of this towards Ranger Road. The garage will go right next to that screened-in porch.
Okay.
Is a location and set a little farther back. I believe it's about 10 or 15 feet back from the corner of the front elevation of the main house.
So, Tori.
Yes.
This rather peculiar cut-in deck arrangement.
Yes.
Will face kind of towards where the current cul-de-sac or the turnaround for the house is.
Yes, and
Right.
the driveway is newly
So
proposed.
you would see it from Ranger Road as you drove up.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And it would face the view at Eel Point Road was the idea.
Through Mr. Chair, just can we get a clarification to that same elevation, Tori? There's clearly a line missing on the shed. Well, I guess that's the cut through. Yeah, there's a line missing.
There's two sheds flanking the opening, like.
Right, but that roof wouldn't work like that even with a cutout. I don't think
Yeah,
that
I
would be the
think it
right
would.
height.
Oh, no, if you look at
Well,
the
I guess it
section,
would.
you look at the section,
Yeah.
it is, this is.
I thought it was gonna be
He's
another floor.
just breaking the roof and.
Very peculiar.
It's
Inset
very
deck, yeah.
peculiar.
You could just carry the roof over and, have it like a.
Like a shaded deck. I'm sure they'd be fine with that if you like that better.
I'm not understanding that, Val.
Full dormer.
Making it a
Connected
porch
these
instead of
two.
open.
Yeah.
In that setback, it would just be a
Oh,
roof
oh,
over the
yeah,
doors.
no, okay, got it. So you would have it, rather than a deck, it would be an actual
It'd be
porch.
porch.
I do get it, and that's interesting concept.
It would look
Okay,
a little more.
I'll go.
yeah, okay,
So
thanks.
my concern is that this is, I mean, I think it's approvable as it is. Well, that north elevation is of concern. I think the east elevation and the west, maybe the gang windows are a concern, but it's so different. Other than the roof pitches, it just seems so different. It just seems like a kind of a typical Cape style garage apartment versus the house, which is really kind of got some interesting roof lines and hips. And can we go to the image a little further down?
And different windows.
It's just very different.
Roof lines, yeah.
Yeah, and the window light, the mutton layout and so on and so forth. So I guess that's just a concern for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, it is interesting, yeah. Even the roof pitch, like, I saw a 12 on one roof, but that one right there is not. It's
Yeah.
like maybe a 10. Anyway, thanks, Stephen. Carrie, you ready?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think the windows should, speak with the house. And the unusual deck above is funky. I think that extending the roof over could help, as Val suggested, and the ganged windows on the east and west, they should be separated, and the west should have two, not three. It seems, yeah, it's really too much up there. It's a nice, small little building. It's not overwhelming in scale.
Good.
That's it.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
I think the windows need to be separated on the east elevation. I think the north elevation is really weird. I don't know whether there should be a single window in each of the shed dormers if you're going to have those two doors in the middle. And the doors look like windows because of the deck in there. I find that a disturbing elevation, the north elevation. It just doesn't seem to fit in, as I say, the east elevation, which I think Carrie suggested also is separate on the second floor. The north elevation is, I don't know how to make it go good, but it needs something, in my opinion. That's it. And the
Okay.
height is good. It's 22.9. Or it needs a chimney. It needs something up there. I don't know what.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. Okay, Val.
Sorry, Terry. I think part of our concern or whatever is the drawing style, but essentially, I think on the north, those two double dormers, which mimic the house, has double gable dormers. You could change those to gables and put a shed in the middle, and that would solve that issue. Eliminate a window on the west in the middle, and what was the suggestion on the south?
In the south?
With that shed dormer, maybe leave that the same, but I don't think it's as off as it's perceived if you look closely at the photos of the existing house, and she changes them to 6/6.
If I could, when you're ready, regarding the windows, through you, Mr. Chair.
You all set?
Yeah.
What were you about to say? Tori?
The intention is to change the main house to 2/2s as well, and we have an application following. So I just didn't want to interrupt you guys, but that is the intention and long-term plan.
All right.
And they do need to be replaced. They're just trying to do the garage first and then move over to work on the main house.
Understood. Okay, thanks. So, in addition to the aesthetics of this deck on the second floor above the garage doors and our purview, that is like a serious waterproofing nightmare. You're essentially creating a big bathtub up there. That's over enclosed garage space. So the likelihood that that's all just gonna leak like crazy is the probability of that happen is very high, particularly after a snow and then a thaw and a freeze, when everything gets all jammed up. But putting that aside, I think that it's really can't think of any other place on Nantucket where I've seen that detail, and it will be visible. So that's kind of my real concern about this. Anyway.
One other comment, if I may.
Yeah.
So, Tori, it'll be obviously up to the interpretation of the building official, but you may need a second means of egress here. And they're going to need to close off access to the garage with a door with a fire rating. But, and I mentioned the second means of egress because it would be applicable to the HDC because it would come from the second floor.
Even if it's not dwelling?
Well, it shows a bed and.
You're calling it an apartment. You're
Yeah.
calling it an
Even-
apartment.
As
Okay.
Steve Butler told me once, you might want to erase that.
Yes, of
Yeah.
course.
Exactly. But
Okay.
Okay, noted.
Just so you know.
So,
Are you guys okay with the general location and its angle to the main house?
I am.
Okay.
I am with the proviso that I don't want to see that deck the way it's designed. That's the proviso.
Motion to make it more interesting.
To be
Or, I'm sorry,
revised.
that's not what I meant.
Motion for what there?
Motion for revisions.
All right. Stephen's made a motion for some revisions.
I appreciate all the input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Motion for more licorice.
Aye.
thank you. Stephen on your motion, and I'm in favor. Okay, so now we're to emeritus, and as Matt now knows, we have myself, Diane, and Stephen on this application for 28 Main Sconset.
Go pick it up.
Okay, Matthew.
Okay, so this is just for a gate at the front of the building, on the front of the property. You've seen this once before. I think you had asked us to make a couple of changes, specifically if we go to the.
This was the really ornate gate, right?
Yeah,
The
with
lion's
lion's
head.
head.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. So we removed the lion's head and reduced the depth of the secondary members, which is the infill of the actual gate. And then if you look at the previously submitted elevation, you may want to scroll to the elevations. These are the reductions, I think. So we actually, yeah, that's fine. You can see actually we initially had the infill portion of what would typically be like kind of balusters, if you will. We reduced the depth of those. Those were initially the same depth as the frame of the gate. We removed the lion head, which is at the center of the intersection of those intersecting balusters. And then the final thing was we had, excuse me, very pointy terminus of the upper portion of the gate, and we just mitered that. So those are the changes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Aisha?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this structure is Villa Jerome, circa 1837, attributed to Matthew Crosby. And I know you all have seen the historic report from Marcia Fader-Brock. This is a Sconset summer cottage vernacular. Regarding the gate, HSAT, our Sconset advisory took a look at the revisions on May 23rd. They said changes don't seem to reflect HTC's previous concerns. SAB strongly prefers a rectangular gate without the top flourish, which is too grandiose and not reminiscent of any other architectural detail in the gateway to the village. Simple crossbuck, okay. From staff's perspective, not much change from the original submittal, although the changes obviously to the top and the middle were done. Appreciate that. I will mention that the commission asked for it to be simplified. That was a word that was throughout my notes from that meeting. Again, refer to the historic photos from the accurate ornamentation. If the commission is so inclined, appreciate the gate thickness being reduced as requested. That is much appreciated. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so again, this is just three of us, Diane, Stephen, and myself. Which one of you two would like to begin?
Dan, you want to go? Is she muted?
I think that the hoopy at the top should not be there. It's not something that you see anywhere, that combination. So to me, but I will see what you all say. I think that the gate is not suitable. Okay, that's it.
Okay, all right, very good. Stephen?
Yeah, I think it's too ornate for this, what basically amounts to a 1700s Dutch colonial looking structure without the gables on the primary roof. I wouldn't make suggestions on the changes, although I would suggest, I think that the posts and the post caps on whatever comes back, there's an incongruity with the existing posts height relative to the gate and also the caps relative to the gate design. And I would suggest that the redesign would try to address that too.
Okay. Didn't even notice that. Yeah, they're very tall. So I have the same problems, Matt. I appreciate the gestures. I still don't like the circle where the Lion's Head used to reside. I'd love it. We're just like a Union Jack sort of crossbuck thing without the circle. And I don't love the broken pediment, but it doesn't sound like anybody likes that. So those are my comments.
Sure. Good.
Yeah.
Just briefly, if has anybody seen read Marsh's report? There's some really beautiful historic photos of the structure, and there is a significant amount of exterior detail.
Did you say Marsh's?
Marsha Fader.
Marsha Fader.
Yeah, she did this really brilliant report. But there's also some really beautiful historic photos that we submitted at the initial application for the main dwelling, and there's actually a lot of ornamentation, historic ornamentation, specifically arbors, gates, crossbuck details. So that's kind of what we're playing off of. So I kind of assumed that everyone had seen that. So anyways, oh, there you go. See, actually, you see that arbor in the front? You zoom in, it's and see that massive crossbuck inside the bays of the.
Yeah.
So I guess my point is that there's certainly a level of detail and ornamentation, and I think the intent by the owner was to play off of that historic language. So,
Matt,
yeah,
I'm thinking more along the lines of the simplicity of having a donkey in the front yard. I would actually comment. I mean, if you look at that arbor, the level of detail, just simply by rotating the depth of the board, that's a much more simplistic. That arbor is much more in a line to the right with the 3 and 4 slat fence to the right of the donkey, simply because of the orientation of the board. And I think that it could be successful with crossbucks, but I just think it needs to be reworked.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, that you can see the lattice, that crossbuck lattice work in the bay adjacent to the arbor. I haven't seen that previously, and I'm just curious if anybody has any idea if that was pure ornamentation, was that decorative?
I think they were doing construction, and that's just meant to hold up the roof.
It may have been.
Could have been.
Somebody's nailed to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Anyway, should we move for some revisions to this?
So moved.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so Stephen's moved for some revisions. Diane, you in?
Yes,
Thank you. Stephen, on your motion?
I agree.
Aye.
Great, thank you. And Stephen, on your motion is an aye, and I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. And yeah, if you want to get Abby to read back in on this, feel free, just so you don't have a three-person board, Matt. Okay, Karen.
I'm here.
Oh, hang on now, let's see. So Abby was chairing, she's not here. You do have Diane, you have Val, and you have Stephen. So, are you good with that,
Sure.
Karen? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and if things don't go well for you, you can always have Abby read back in if she's just missed one meeting. Thank you. So, Diane, you want to share this one?
I got this one.
Sure.
Okay, it's to you. Karen, go ahead.
Okay. So this is rooftop solar on south and west roofs of a house on Hydrangea Lane. I don't see the, oh, there. Okay, here we go. The roofs are not visible from the Milestone Road due to distance from the road and brush in the way. But the south roofs are quite visible from Hydrangea Lane. And the west roofs are visible from a long distance away on walking paths. So when I was in front of you previously, you asked me to come back with revisions. And there's no other roof plans to put the solar panels on. All the potential roof plans need to be engaged to make the plan economically and environmentally viable for this house. So what I offer here are revisions to do with landscaping and creating a visibility screen right there. So the berm hedges on the west lot line would block view of the west facing panels from the walking paths. And then having the tree in that corner would block some of the view of the west facing of this, of the south facing panels on that one roof there that you would see. The other thing is that Mr. Sotel, who is the homeowner, has asked that you reach a decision of approval or denial tonight, either way. So there's really nothing more I can offer in revisions with this.
What's curious to me is that it looks from the elevations that the panels, as they're placed on here, there could be other places on this roof that they could fit, unless they're not really to scale. My biggest concern is the front, where the tree is in front of the house, it's not on the side of the house, and then there's a driveway right next to it. I don't think that's going to be a successful block. But I don't know why you can't move the panels on that main section to the lower back mass in back of the gable on the front mass, and then maybe one on the west side of that main gable as well. I don't think these are probably to scale, which is why I'm questioning it. They seem different. It just seems to me that would work, but we'll see what everyone else has to say.
Would you like me to answer that about the scale? Hello? Which I can answer that. So the reason they don't look to scale is when they're on a steeper pitched roof, you'll see more of the panel itself on the plan. And then you can see on the porch roof, the lower roof, it looks like the panels are thinner, but it's really just because the roof pitch is much shallower. So it is indeed to scale.
I understand that, but if you take those and trace them and move them over, for instance, I'm looking at the south, the two that are touching the gable of the main roof. If you move those over on the other side of the gable, that's 2 panels moved over, which you're not going to see from the photo you're showing us with the big green dot that is going to allegedly be a tree. And that would mitigate those. You could take another 2 of those, it seems, and put them on the back rear lower mass. It's from just taking those and tracing them and moving them over, it seems they would fit there. And then on the west, I think you could fit at least one. That's just my thoughts.
Diane, you're chairing. Stephen is next.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yep, Stephen, come in.
Thank you. I think, I mean, look, let's get cut to the chase here. The applicant's agent has said that they want to know if we're not going to approve it. They want a definitive tonight. I presume that's so that they can have an appeal. I'd like the record to reflect that I think that this is a hostile application to our guidelines. The application shows that the house is 600 feet from Milestone Road. I don't think anyone on the HCC would dispute that. As a fact, I know no one on the HCC would dispute that, nor the fact that these would not be visible in an intelligible way from Milestone. However, that's not the issue. The issue is that they are highly visible from Hydrangea Lane, which is the primary road. It's against our guidelines. It will probably be against our revised guidelines to integrate solar for more useful designs. In addition, the panels, there are no false panels to follow the hip portion of the roof where the main roof is intersected by a smaller roof mass to help disguise these. This is, basically, if you look at the elevation, it shows the south and the west. You see that this is, rectilinear forms against angled lines, which cause the eye, attract the eye, and are specifically one of the reasons why these types of an installation on a primary roof mass visible from the road is not approvable under our guidelines. The fact that this was even submitted, I think, is indicative of the fact that it is a test case on solar guidelines. But that's not the forum, nor do I believe the select board remanding this back to the HCC is a forum for those types of issues. Those will come in due time. But I can tell you that having sat on this board for nearly 6 years now, even after those guidelines are worked through, this type of an application will likely not be approvable because it does not seek to integrate the solar panels harmoniously into the structural elements and the aesthetic elements. In fact, it is 180 degrees contrary to that. Diane, I'll wait until you comment, obviously, but then I'll make a motion.
You want to hear me, what I have to say? I think that it's terrible looking. I think to be told we have to make a decision is when we've tried to work with people. I think it's the solar panels. I have not followed our request, not even. They're here and there. And I think sometimes you just have a house that can't take this type of solar panel. Doesn't say there won't be solar panels, a new type next year. Doesn't say there won't be solar shingles by next year. However, this is not appropriate. It is all uneven. It's not only seen going up Hydrangea, it's seen from the golf club, and the golf club road going up to it is not private property. It is passed by with the public. And I think this is inappropriate for what we have. You know what the rules are, and they say not on being seen from the road. So, and I think that once a mistake is made, then look at the number of houses that are in Hydrangea Lane. If one gets by, then everybody in it is going to want to be passed. We have rules, we made the rules, we have lived by the rules, and that's why we have them. So I think this is an inappropriate application.
Karen, I really think you can move them.
So,
If you want me to move, if you have specific places you want them on either of those roofs, I'm happy to do that and try to see if it, it's acceptable for you. It was a very difficult house to put as many panels as the owner wanted. And I did the best I could, and I'm really just working for the owner. I'm not trying to disrespect the rules. He asked me to submit this, and that's what I'm doing. But I'm happy, Val, if you have suggestions where you'd like them moved and you think that would be better, I'm happy to do it.
I wish I could just show it to you, but I can't.
I'm just prepared to make a motion, I think,
Okay.
at this point. I think, I will say a couple more comments though beforehand. I think it would be inappropriate, and it is inappropriate, to ask the HDC either to approve or disapprove it. If I misheard that, I apologize. That's not what we're here for. That's, prison of two ideas. And I think that is a testament to this being more of a test case ultimately versus actually being something that's approvable. I would suggest that we need to have, the motion will be to remove the panels from the front, the rightmost portion of the primary roof mass in the south elevation, and to relocate them to the secondary mass towards the rear of the home on the south elevation. And in addition, on the west elevation, to add 2 sets of angular panels on the lower roof at the left and the right, so as to eliminate to parallel the hipped roof edges. That's my motion. Diane?
I'm asking you, Steve.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I think it should come
I
back.
did one of the suggestions you said.
Yeah, Steve, that was my
Yeah, I think
question.
it's-
Is this a motion to hold with those specific changes?
It most certainly is.
Okay, thank you.
What is her email?
So can I, Val, on Steve's motion?
Karen, I'm gonna email you my idea.
Okay, thank you.
And Steve, on your motion?
Aye.
And I am an aye also.
Here we go.
That motion passes. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so God Bless Dad LLC. Do we have Lindsay?
Mr. Chair, the applicant has requested that to be held until Thursday.
Well, that's so unfortunate because it's one of the few applications where we have everybody sitting on it. Okay,
He's
so
waiting to get it closer to Father's Day, Mr. Chairman.
right. Oh, yeah. He'll get it on Father's Day. Can I have a motion from one of you people sitting on
So
it, which
moved.
is all of you? Okay, so that's Stephen's
Make a
motion.
motion to hold
Oh,
7
no,
days.
Stephen's got it. Thank you. Carrie on the motion.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane? Diane? Thank you. Stephen on the motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that's that. Ethan, let's see what you got here, because I'm noticing that a few people don't have a board. So Abby is not on Ethan's. Stephen is on Val, Diane. That's it. So Ethan, You, how do you feel about moving forward with 3 people?
I mean, I feel like we were pretty close last
Okay,
meeting, although.
so Stephen, you want to chair this one? Where did he go?
Sure.
There you are.
Just staying hydrated, Mr. Chair.
Okay, it's a good thing to stay hydrated. So, so Ethan, you're, and if it doesn't go well, you get somebody to read back in.
And I apologize, Mr. Chair, who's my board?
It's Diane, Val, and yourself.
Okay. Ethan, would you like to give us a rundown of your
Sure.
modifications?
So we had minor revision.
No, not you.
Go ahead.
Sure, sorry.
We apologize
Minor
for that disruption.
revisions. Based on feedback at the last meeting, the board asked for a further reduction of height. They gave us a specific ridge height to reach 19.4, which we now have. We also were asked to simplify some of the glazing, particularly on the rear yard facing elevation, which we've done. Also simplify the chimney and add an owl to the chimney, which we've also done. Also the stair mass, it was requested that we go back to a previous version, which had a gable element instead of a shed element. So we've gone back to that. And I think that's about it. This did go back to Wisconsin Advisory Board. It's been a pretty active project in terms of a butter commentary, but no butters were present at that meeting. SAB, which I'm sure Holly can probably relay, but they did seem to appreciate the changes and appreciated that we kept some of the quirkiness. Other than that, I look forward to your comments.
Great, thanks. Holly, why don't you give us the rundown from the folks at Wisconsin Advisory, and then
Yes,
yours.
Mr. Chair. So just for the record, this is a circa 1938 within the old historic district of Sconset within Codfish Park. Sconset took a look at this on May 23rd. They said they appreciate the reduction in height and other solutions provided, including the retention of the quirky details like the existing Dutch doors and the inclusion of the chimney owl. However, SAB would like to continue the idea of limiting second floor additions and decks on structures in Codfish Park. From staff's perspective, appreciate the Sconset Shack's evolution. As always, thank you, Ethan. I did want to mention that that evolution only includes 1 story. That's historically appropriate. Appreciate keeping the 3-tab roof. Gray would be an appropriate color. Appreciate the reduction in height by 6 inches. 1 3/4 height is inappropriate versus 2 stories and within the historic context of Codfish Park. North and south elevations, it would be nice to keep the existing roof pitches. The 8/12 seem too steep. And then because those are actually really character defining features of that historic Codfish cottage. And I had a question on whether or not the existing vegetation will be retained. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Diane, would you like to go? Yes.
No, I want to wait.
No, you want to wait. Val, would you like to go?
Yeah. I really like this. I think he's done an incredible job of keeping it as low as possible, showing us in context what's on either side of it. It's quirky, like down there. It's just enough without going over the top. And with regard to the comments about keeping stuff in Codfish Park, 1 story, I think you'd be hard pressed to argue that since there's so many ginormous second floor structures out there. I think I think this is approvable as is.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Okay. The elevations keep jumping around.
Would you like a particular one up on the screen?
I got, what have I got here? I have got, it was the one with all the roof lines.
Can you guys
Going.
take it out a couple
Just
clicks?
when Val was talking.
Half that. Just to fill the screen with the existing and the proposed. Nope, a little
Glad
less,
we're keeping that tradition alive.
little less,
Yeah,
3
and then
clicks.
center it.
I
Why
got
do I have to say
I
that?
got the south elevation. What?
Oh, you can't? Can we can the,
Okay.
yeah, that's if you drag it. Okay, and then just zoom in a little bit. We're getting there.
There
We're
we
getting
go.
there.
I got at least.
So it's the lower right-hand corner, Diane, is the west proposed. And is this,
Right.
bear with me 1 second, Diane. I just want to
So
set this up for you.
it's,
Ethan, is this what you proposed last time?
Correct.
So can you guys bring it up a little bit and zoom in just a little bit on those? Yeah, and then, there you go. Thank you. So it's the two on the bottom and the one on the right is the proposed, Diane?
Right.
Okay.
And as west. Well, anyway, it's the one that had several different roof planes coming down. I've got the west here, and that's all we seem to be getting. West, west, west. That's all west. So I think they've brought the height down to something that is more in keeping with what they've taken the any decks off. There it is. It is the north elevation. I was wondering the necessity of having that little roof with the one window in it, and then the bigger roof following it. I guess it has to be because of that. I don't know. No, it doesn't have to be. I just think that north elevation is busy, busy, busy. I would like to see it simpler than that. It's not that it's quirky, because it really isn't. It's just busy. So that's all. I think on the other parts they've done a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Ethan, I personally would like to thank you. I think, you've done a great job pulling this into an approvable design that is more reflective, much more reflective and appropriate, certainly than the original submission. And I have no concerns other than Diane's comments, I think, are very valid. I think to some extent, and perhaps because I haven't viewed this, well, I've obviously viewed this, but I haven't looked at this particular elevation and the oblique angle relative to that it will be viewed from the street. So if you could speak to how much of this is going to be visible directly, how much more, to my point, will be of the complexity, how much of it will be blocked by the fact that you're not going to see what you see in the two-dimensional drawing?
Thank you. That's correct. The elevation, as you see it, the north elevation, you will never experience flat. At best, you'll see it kind of at a 3/4 angle because of the significant hedge that's between this and the adjacent lot to the north. So, it is an elevation we've spent a lot of time on. In this specifically, we tried to address the board comments on the last round where went back to the gable sort of stair tower element from an earlier revision. We are really just providing roofs where we need head height. So there's nothing sort of extraneous. It's just if you can occupy it, we've got a little sort of roof for it. But to the board members' comments, you will not experience this head on. It will be at essentially a 45-degree at best from the street.
Thank you, Ethan. So just on a point of clarification there, looking at the north elevation again, the second floor level, if you will, cornerboard towards the left side of the center, basically what is behind that, because of the depth of the roof and the angle of view, you're not going to really recognize this as a break as you see in 2D, or you will?
I don't think you will, because I think the angle of the sort of mass in front of it, even though that point where it hits the sidewall is a little bit higher. I don't know that you're really going to see any of that 412 roof that's part of the new proposal. You're really
Okay.
going to see that existing mass.
Okay, I just wanted to get a clarification if that was the case or not. Okay, any additional thoughts by members? And if not, a motion, please.
I'll try to make a motion as submitted, this last version.
Okay.
And
Diane, go
It's
ahead.
only 20, it's less than 20 feet tall,
Okay,
just a point.
just a point on
Yeah.
the motion. Diane, on the motion?
I go aye.
Okay,
Aye.
Val- Thank you. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Again, thanks, Ethan.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Now, so I think we're about to do a lightning round because the next project does not even have a quorum as of now. The two projects from my office, I think Lisa wanted to hold because she's having people mulling in.
Yeah.
And Shelter 7 usually hold this one too, right? Like you did the last one.
Ray, your mic was not on.
Oh, gosh, sorry.
Mr. Chair,
Monomoy.
the applicant for.
No, Monomoy I'm certain of, because there's only two people here, so no quorum there. 7 and 8, which are my projects, we're gonna hold for people to mullen in. And then Shelter 7, which is the Steve Cohen at 12 Codfish Park Road, he's not here, right? So what I'm suggesting is, and I would exclude myself from this because some of them are my applications, but I would suggest holding all of those until, carrying them over until Thursday. If Diane, could you chair this?
Number 6 through 9.
6 through 9, yeah.
I'll just jump in, Diane, if you don't mind. So can I get a motion to hold 6 through 9 of old business 517 until Thursday, please?
So moved.
Diane, on the motion? Okay. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Diane?
You can do Carrie too, I think.
Oh, yeah, Carrie.
Aye.
I keep forgetting about Carrie. So sorry. I'm an aye, and Diane, if we could get you. Okay, so those carry.
Okay, so thank you. Now we're on to new
Thought that
business.
I was chairman here.
Oh, it's me.
Well, we couldn't hear you for a while.
What's the point? But if my thing is not muted, Ray, listen for a minute. It is not muted. It is
Diane,
wide open, and I was leading the thing asking.
Diane.
Yeah.
Diane, we can
I don't
look
know.
up on the board and
Yes.
see the mute button is on. We can see that.
We
Well,
just
on
couldn't hear
my
you, Diane.
iPad, it is not on.
Okay, well, listen, it's all taken care of. Don't worry about it. It's fine. So now we're
I
on
don't
to,
need. I
What?
don't need to be here.
what?
It's everybody else.
I'm sorry, what? Diane?
Never. I said, never mind. Never mind.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so we are at 12 Back Street on new business, which means everybody here can sit on this. Well, actually, no. Carrie cannot because she's presenting. So 12 Back Street, an addition.
Back Street. Thank you.
Hey, Diane. I don't mean any disrespect when we move on,
Yep.
but like if we can't hear you, we can't hear you. I mean, we're not pretending to not hear you. We really can't hear you. So, that's whatever the issue is with us being able to hear you, I can't explain, but I just have to move on if we can't hear you for a length of time. That's all. I hope I hope you don't take it personally. Okay, so,
Oh.
all right, so here we are, 12 Back Street. Go ahead, Carrie, tell us what you got.
So this is not an old house. It was actually 3 apartments originally, and years ago it was renovated back into.
Can't hear.
Sorry,
Oh.
this is not an old house. It was built, I believe, in the early 80s, if I'm not mistaken. 70s, thank you. And it's a single family dwelling that used to be, it was built as 3 apartments. But we're just trying to add an addition to the side of it. It is a salt box in the rear with a huge dormer. The front, I can't remember what the shape is called, where the overhang.
It's
that-
called a garrison.
Garrison, thank you, that's the word. Jim Sulzer has told me that a million times and I can
Garrison
never remember
Colonial.
the name. So we're just adding an
Put New
addition to
Jersey
the
on the
right.
map.
There's basically a hedge right in front of the addition, which is going to stay. We're just trying to do the best we can with a single-story master suite and a stair to the new basement. On the rear, we're changing out some windows, and the bay window is new. That's all invisible from the street. I don't know if anyone's been down Back Street lately, but it's quite close to the road, but there's also a lot of planting right in front of this, which they intend to keep.
Okay.
There is a shed mast to the street side, trying to keep it sort of lower on that street edge and retain a window on the second floor.
Okay, Carrie, thanks. We must have HSAB on this?
Yes, sir, we do. So this is circa 1970 infill within the old historic district. HSAB took a look at this on June 6th. They said that the west elevation broken back salt box roof should have the shed roof to the rear instead of facing the street, and the higher plate on the street side. I concur with that comment. The addition should be slid further back from the street as much as possible. The bay window should have a shingled base, either vertical or sloped, but this may not be visible. The street side of the addition is underfenestrated at a window. If visible, only one skylight should be on the south side. Roof color to match existing, and HSAB respectfully request revisions if the commission so inclined. From staff's perspective, I do agree with HSAB on flipping just the roof planes. So you have that shed roof facing the rear. No concerns with the bay window on the rear. Obviously, this is a common element from the 1970s vernacular and it won't be visible. Skylights are on 2 roof planes and may not be visible. And then I had a comment about if any of the existing windows, if they were going to be reused, where the addition is being proposed. And then I just wanted to say I appreciate the scale. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Thank you, though.
I know this property very well because it backed up to my Nana's property, Camellia Lane. You can't see this house except for the front facade. And I appreciate it's true additive massing, 1 story. You will never see the bay. And while I understand there's concern with this broken back facing the street, I understand why it's like that. She doesn't want to disturb the window on the 2nd floor, which makes sense. And it doesn't bother me. I think it's one of those little Nantucket anomaly quirky things that somebody would have done as an add-on.
Thank you, Val. Who's next?
Diane, you want to go? Okay, I guess I'll go. Yeah, so I think Is she muted? Okay, I'll wait.
I know,
Well, there you are. We got you. Go ahead.
it's why we have two skylights on the same facade. I thought we didn't have two skylights on the same facade.
Same roof plane, Diane.
I guess that is the south elevation. It's a different roof plane, but it's the same side.
Well, that rule was always
Per roof.
per roof
I
plane.
didn't know it was on a roof plane. I thought,
Anyway, continue, Diane.
then I don't have any problems with it.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen.
I don't have any problems with it.
Yep, we heard you. Thank you, Stephen.
Sure. So I just point out, I know it's not part of the application, but that kind of funky access to the roof walk, which you really can't see from the street, but this tower with a shed roof on it is just so atypical. The only thing I would suggest on this is with respect to the proposed north elevation, I think it would be more historically correct, and I don't think it would mess up your program, to actually lower the plate on the top plate so that basically what would happen is you would make the header for the window, the beam for the roof rafters, that height. It would bring your fascia for that down to just below the historic kind of where the second floor break is on the Garrison type. And I think that, whether you do that by adjusting the roof plane, you might have to do a roof pitch adjustment or something else. I think it would still be very appropriate. And it just takes on that more of a step down I just think it definitely would be the better choice. I wouldn't want to swap the broke back there from front to back. I think that actually works both with respect to retaining the 8/8, I think it is 6/6, small double hung on the second floor, but also just making that a little less impact than the single roof plane would have visually. If you're looking at the south elevation, it's a simpler form, but it's also less interesting, more typical of like an addition on a cape. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. I actually like that idea of dropping the eave that would be on the front, also known as the north elevation. And I think in so doing, you might actually be able to not have to have the broken back. It might just go to a regular old salt box, just facing in a different direction than the larger salt box behind it. So I think it's a pretty good idea, and I like the idea of getting that eave down below that break point on the north elevation of the main part of the house. That's my comment. Should we make a motion on this one?
Yeah, should we do that as just a quick view again, or, you know what, I'll make a motion for those minor revisions. And then if it comes in, it can be looked at for consent.
Oh.
Right?
Can I
we
ask a
actually do
question?
that?
Why not?
I don't know why not.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, unless
Yeah.
it's got to go back.
Because I think my clients really like the broke back.
Oh,
I would keep it.
If I just drop the plate
then that's
to
fine. No, totally fine.
accommodate sort of both of you, but keep
Yeah.
the broke back?
Right, because it was actually a question in my mind of whether it would actually go straight or whether you
Yeah.
lose too much space. So I think you can revise your motion, Stephen. Are you willing to approve it, just bringing it down, the eve?
Through staff.
Yeah, through staff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is Stephen's motion to approve this through staff, just bringing down the eve of the addition on the north side such that it is lower than the break point on the main mass. On Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. do we have somebody here to rep 11 Washing Pond? We got 5 minutes left. I need to sit off of this because I designed this house for my friend Carrie Akins years ago. But do we have anybody to rep anyway? Somebody from Sun Wind?
I don't see Tim.
No. Karen, are you still there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Unwinded.
Okay, so let's Diane, would you just mind chairing 11 Washing Pond Road just to hold it for representation? Could you do that?
Yep, I could get a motion to hold for representation.
Motion to hold.
Somebody give me that motion.
Yep.
Motion to hold number 2, Akins, 11 Washing Pond for representation.
Let me take a picture of what you wrote so I get it right. Thanks.
Thank you. Steve,
Aye. She's gonna snap.
Carrie,
Aye.
She's gonna take a picture.
The comments, so I
Val on your motion.
Aye.
And you're in favor of the
And
motion?
I am an I also, so that
Okay.
is
Fantastic. Thank you, Diane. Okay, Karen, you're going to be the concluding act in our program tonight.
Great, okay. All right, this is on 2 Back Street. The owner put a new modular home up. And the solar panels are on the back of the house. If you scroll down, you'll see a photo of the new house right there. And the back, it's very high and the roof is shallow. And when you're standing back, you can't see the panels. You can't even see the top of that back roof. They're in a nice, neat rectangle on a black asphalt roof and totally not visible from any road, public way, anything.
Okay.
So that's
thanks. All right, Karen. Do we have HSAB on this one?
Yes, sir, we do.
I thought so. Yeah, go.
So again, this is infill dwelling on a contributing lot within the old historic district. You all approved the new dwelling last year. I will note with a gray roof. So if the existing roof that's shown as black, they did that without approval, but that's good obviously for the solar. So we may want to include that with any motions. HSAB took a look at this on June 6th. One more column of panels would fill the roof plane better, and panels should not project more than 4 inches off the roof surface. Again, from staff's perspective, the application for this new house was gray. So of course it should be black for the solar. So that should just be notated on the application. Agree with HSAB to fill the roof plane. That's usually something that you all ask for. It's possible that it will be seen on this full 2-story from William Street, which is the south-facing side. Obviously, this is, you got to remember the existing structure, the previous structure that was on this lot was a 1-story, very low to the ground. You wouldn't be able to see anything from William Street. There is a possibility that you could see it. So I, on that note, would recommend a view to either show or debunk that. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Otherwise, they obviously meets the requirements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to start?
I will.
I'll let Val go.
I like the idea of shifting those panels over and making another row to fill it in. And if that is a black roof, which it looks like it, this is how appropriate to how we want panels to be integrated into our town. And I'm okay with this application.
Okay. Stephen?
Yeah, so I agree. Actually, I will state it more strongly. I think if we approve this, it should be with a motion to add, you can add 2 sets of panels, one on the left and one on the right, and recenter it. I think this is an application that meets our guidelines. I know it's an application that meets our guidelines. And in those instances where it meets the guidelines, go big or go home. Like, if we're going to save the world, let's save the world. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Diane, you ready? She's what?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think extending it out to the edge of the roof is good. However, I'm listening to Holly, who suggested that a view be details that can be seen from William Street. I don't know. The little house that was there, you could see. Whether this one, you would be able to view it or not, I don't know. But she did make that recommendation. So that's
Good,
all I
Diane?
got to say.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
I have nothing new to add.
All right. So Stephen, you had something else you wanted to say?
Yeah, and then not to be contrarian either with Diane or Holly, but, our guidelines don't really address whether you can see solar from the back of a house from another street that isn't the front.
Funny. Yeah.
And I think, I just want to be clear with our guidance to people that although it's a consideration, I don't think it's a consideration that should sway an otherwise approvable application. So based on that, I would motion to approve through staff, adding 2 more columns, one on the left, one on the right, and recentering the assembly on the roof.
Okay, I'm gonna hold that motion just for a second. Thank you for the motion. Karen?
Yes.
Now, the board is like unanimously in favor of giving you more rather than less solar panels, rare sort of occurrence in the cosmos. Are you okay with that?
The problem is I wanted to fill the roof, and the homeowner is, he doesn't use that much electricity, and he was adamant that he didn't want to spend any more money than he needed to cover his electric bills. So it's more of an economic situation for him. It's obviously going to cost more to put that many more panels up. And that's the only reason.
Doesn't he get a credit back on any surplus that he generates?
Well, he's, the Nantucket solar rebate is for year-round residents, and he is planning on moving here, but he will not get that rebate. And so, yeah.
No, I don't mean the install rebate. I mean, if you are creating more power than you're using, doesn't the utility company have to credit you the amount back?
They do credit you, but you're not going to get a check in the mail. You'll just be accumulating credits. I really tried convincing him to put as much as he could up on that roof.
So you're at a crossroads right here, and I hate to do this at 9:03, but so we can retract. Stephen can retract his motion to approve with the additional panels, but then we would want to see revisions, I think. Because, the consensus view is to fill out the roof plane.
Well, may I?
Yeah.
So the revisions
would
would
be
be
mouth.
what we're seeing,
What?
right? I know it's late, but if she revises it to not have the extra, it will be what we're actually looking at.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? Like, she doesn't need to resubmit something because it's going to look like what it looks like now.
I guess what I'm saying is if it's going to be a requirement of the board for approval to add those extra panels and her client doesn't want to do it, there's no point in us approving something that he's not going to go through with. So she should have the benefit of being able to talk to her client about it.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood you. I don't mind floating the motion to approve as submitted, but I will comment. I think this brings up an interesting point when the energy resiliency comes about as a work group. To the extent economic benefit comes up, are we considering the individual's economic benefit, or are we considering as a community the community's economic benefit?
We do live in a communist country,
Well,
so I would say the latter, definitely.
Do the latter. So, but I mean, for the same reasons as previously stated, I would Terry, do we need to rescind the motion or can we amend the motion? I'll make a motion to.
We didn't actually vote on
Oh,
that.
we did.
motion.
Yeah, it hasn't been voted on, so you can just change it.
Okay, so I just make a motion, is proof is submitted with, we're not looking down our noses at the applicant for not filling up their roof with solar, but
Right.
we would encourage it in this instance.
Yeah. Okay. So the motion is actually to approve this as submitted. And on that motion, Carrie.
I'm not on it. Am I on it?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm on it. Oh, yeah, I had nothing to add.
I just
Yes.
didn't let you talk.
All right.
You're okay. Val.
Yes,
All right. All right. Thank you. Diane.
Yes,
Very
I,
good. Okay. Thanks. Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
All right. And I'm in favor. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Karen, there you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey.
All right,
Well,
good
these
night.
guidelines.
I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
Howard, I know how that can go.
He's gonna be so happy that he got the board to bend. Okay, anyway, so should we approve the minutes of, what was it, May 2nd or something like that? Oh, sorry, June 2nd. I'm a month off.
so move.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, so on the motion to approve the minutes of June 2nd, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
very good. Val
Aye.
and Diane on your motion,
I,
and I'm in favor. That's it. We're good. John, can I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, John. John McLaughlin has made a motion to adjourn. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
very good. Diane,
I.
thank you. And John, on your motion? And I'm in favor. Okay, thanks so much, everybody, for working overtime.